Good evening and welcome to our February 23rd board business meeting. Welcome to our board members, MCPS staff, and members of our community who are joining us here today, and those who are watching this meeting via live stream on MCPS website and MCPS TV. Now let us begin the meeting by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will call the roll call to recognize board members to establish that we have a quorum, beginning with Mr. Kim.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see you all.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being here.
Great to see everyone.
Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Grace Rivera Open, District 1.
Good afternoon, Julie Yang. Thank you for coming today.
Now we can begin the meeting with the approval of the revised agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the revised agenda?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. All right, moving on to our next agenda item. We have agenda item 3, recognitions. I'll ask Dr. McKnight to move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Silvestri. We do have one recognition today, and it is recognition of Women's History Month. Whereas throughout the history of our nation, women have contributed to the United States' constant struggle to live up to its democratic ideals of equity, justice, and equal opportunity for all citizens. The 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution granted women the right to vote, first proposed in Congress in 1878, passed in 1919, and subsequently ratified by 3/4 of the states in 1920. After being petitioned by the National Women's History Project in 1987, Congress passed legislation to designate the month of March as Women's History Month. Women continue to support the social infrastructure of our nation by providing safe and secure environments for our children in their homes, communities, and schools. Women continue to advocate for gender equality in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education, employment, and pay, as well as an end to gender bias in healthcare. Women actively are seeking and securing leadership roles in education, business, politics, and government to influence practices, laws, and policies. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools hereby declare the month of March 2023 to be Women's History Month. And may it be further resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools request staff, schools, and community to observe the month of March 2023 as Women's History Month and to acknowledge the accomplishments and contributions of women in our country, our state, and Montgomery County.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
Thank you.
Any other recognitions, Dr. McKnight? Okay, so that takes us to agenda item number 4, public comments. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it's not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, programs, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, or other behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Those who demonstrate disruptive or disrespectful behavior during public comments may be asked to leave the room. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We have 19 people signed up to provide in-person testimony. Each speaker will receive 2 minutes for comments. When your name is called, please approach the table, speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on, accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the flat button below the microphone to turn it on and begin speaking. Push the same button once more at the sound of the buzzer to turn it off. In addition to our in-person speakers today, we have one person signed up to provide video testimony. We will play this submission once the in-person testimonies have concluded. Copies of testimonies can be found on board docs where they are posted with other materials for this meeting. All right, let's have our first three speakers. Please join us here at the table. We have Anastasia Del Rojo, Dr. Christine Handy, and Ms. Pia Morrison. Anastasia, you may begin. Okay. The light underneath your microphone right in front of you.
Good evening, Dr. McKnight and members of the Montgomery County Board of Education. My name is Anastasia Del Royo, a senior at Northwest High School. I'm a part of several student advocacy organizations in the county, but most importantly, I'm a student and stakeholder in this school system that has been greatly affected by the fentanyl epidemic. Just this past month, there have been 3 near-deadly overdoses of fentanyl at public high schools in Montgomery County, Kennedy High School being one of them, where the student was fortunately revived using Narcan, a medication used to reverse the effects of opioid. Us students hear all the time how dangerous fentanyl is, yet have no idea how to keep ourselves and others safe from it. We need in-school education that will teach students about how they can be exposed to fentanyl and, most importantly, what to do in the event of an overdose. I'm aware of the presence of Narcan kits in my home school of Northwest. However, myself and other students are unaware of where these kits are, nor how to administer them in the event that we need to. Since Narcan is most effective the sooner it is administered, students and faculty must be alerted as to where these kits are, and the kits need to be readily available in or near school bathrooms, as this is where most overdoses are occurring. In addition to this, health course curriculums and advocacy or advisory periods should incorporate lessons on what Narcan is and how to use Narcan kits in the event of an emergency. According to Montgomery County Police, youth overdoses increased 78% from 2021 to 2022. Only 2 months into 2023, it looks like this percentage will be on an even steeper incline. As someone immersed in modern-day student life, I know that drug use will not stop until other issues are addressed at their root cause, such as student mental health. However, we can still ensure that overdoses and deaths of students as young as age 15 are prevented in our school system with proper education. If we don't talk about how fentanyl beyond a surface level is an issue in our county and teach students and staff how to act to prevent a disaster, these incidents will only become more common. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Handy?
Greetings, Dr. McKnight, President Silvestri, and members of the Board of Education. I know that it has been a challenge to prepare an operating budget that addresses the various needs of our students and school system. Know that you can count on MCAP to advocate alongside you for full support of the proposed budget with the County Council. I ask that you not forget the leaders of MCPS carry the needs of our students and staff on their shoulders each day. For the past 3 years, we have asked for help with test coordination, as this task has grown significantly over the years, and our assistant principals must do this task combined with their other complex day-to-day responsibilities. To date, this is not a consideration in the budget. Tonight, I specifically want to talk about the impact of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. The current commission had many stakeholders as they developed the blueprint, but was missing an essential piece, the administrator's voice. We ask that you not forget the administrator's voice. Please consider the resources and staffing needed to implement the blueprint. Each of the 5 pillars, as well as the blueprint coordination, are managed by MCAP leaders. As you can imagine, developing the plans, collecting the data, writing the state reports, attending state meetings, attending MCPS committee meetings, preparing presentations for the Board of Education and the County Council, and more, on top of your day-to-day responsibilities, has a major impact on the workload and working conditions of our leaders. Remember, the blueprint is additive. We have not taken any responsibilities away from these leaders who are already working at capacity. I am pleased to know that there are some additional positions in the proposed budget to support the blueprint, and I hope that this lightens the load of our members and that we consider properly compensating the current leaders for the additional work and demands of the blueprint. Lastly, as the blueprint provides for significant increases in teacher salaries and MCPS and across the state, it is prudent that we elevate the pay of our 11 and 12-month administrators to remain competitive and to attract teachers and other employees to consider supervision and administration as a career pathway. My ask is simply, remember that our voice matters too. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. I am Leisha Murray, the proud Administrative Secretary at Watkinsville Elementary School. One of the major difficulties with starting a new position is the lack of onboarding for new hires. The lack of onboarding and training causes delays in the ability to perform our duties effectively and efficiently. The result is longer wait times for staff and students to receive the necessary resources for success. This school year, I have received numerous emails and phone calls from new secretaries trying to figure out the basics of their duties and responsibilities. The duties of an admin secretary in an elementary school are unlike any other position. We must be the jack of all trades and the masters of a few. Along with attendance secretary, we are the first line of defense, customer service reps, security guards, in-school suspension monitors. Administrative secretaries are financial specialists, timekeepers, registrars, attendance secretaries, and the principal's personal assistant. We are tasked with the responsibilities of 4 to 5 people in the secondary school. This is all while ensuring we address and acknowledge every student, staff, and visitor who enters the office. There is not enough time in the duty day to complete all the essential tasks that we are assigned and still provide the exceptional customer service we're required to do, but somehow we do it every day. I have been in contact with many new and veteran secretaries who cannot see the light at the end of the tunnel. We need help. One way to alleviate some of our workload is to have a part-time financial specialist, 11-month secretary, and onboarding for all staff, and an additional 11-month attendance secretary in the office. I know it might sound like I'm complaining about everything that is wrong with my job or that I don't like it, but nothing could be further from the truth. This information is being shared with you to inform you of our current status. I love my job, and like countless others, we continue to work each day with a renewed desire to perform our duties and responsibilities to the best of our abilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, please, if we can call forward Jennifer Martin, Byron Johns, and Esther Wells. Is Esther Wells here? Okay, we do have let's have Edith Montalban please come forward. Ms. Martin?
Thank you, Superintendent Dr. McKnight and members of the Board of Education for this opportunity to address you this evening. As you prepare to send forward the budget for the 2023-2024 school year, here are the priorities of the Montgomery County Education Association. To address staffing needs, we must make Montgomery County Public Schools the destination employer it once was. Given the high cost of living here and ongoing yearly staffing shortages, we must make sure we are paying the highest salaries and best benefits in the state in order to attract, support, and retain highly effective educators. To meet the needs of our younger learners for a comprehensive educational experience, we call on MCPS to increase the number of specials offered in elementary schools to 5 per week. Our approach would be to include instrumental music as a special rather than have students miss general instruction for pull-out classes, as is now the case. Studies make it clear that there is a direct correlation between instrumental music instruction and improved achievement, particularly in math. Adding special classes would also provide general elementary educators with the planning time they so desperately need. Finally, MCEA calls on the board to request the funding needed to improve staffing ratios, particularly for counselors and other mental health service providers. Public schools are now required to be so much more than places for academic achievement. This generation of students has been coping with radical changes brought about by the pandemic, the growth of social media, as well as social, political, and economic turmoil throughout the world. Moreover, rising levels of hate and violence, even here in Montgomery County, harm our children daily. We must make sure we have adequate staffing to address students' well-being. MCEA calls on you to send forth a budget to the County Executive and Council that will address these priorities, and we will stand with you. Thank you.
Good evening. I'll refer you to our full written, we're going to provide a summary. A full written testimony has been submitted. On behalf of the Black and Brown Coalition, we want to recognize and applaud the recent realignment of the budget, which has more expressly targeted investments to improve student outcomes in math and literacy in response to community concerns.
We also want to encourage you to protect the equitable investments you're making at all costs.
Nevertheless, we urge the board to actively engage in monitoring the plan of how schools use these funds to achieve results.
Principles.
And in particular, one of our longstanding asks has been that we look to have effective principals in high-need schools, which is a longstanding need throughout the county.
And last but not least, we want to ensure that it becomes a priority for MCPS that in order to protect your investments and interventions, they must be delivered in a culturally responsive manner, because if not, they tend not to get to those who need it the most, particularly Black and Brown students. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Lasso is going to translate for Ms. Montalban. So if Mr. Johns, would you mind having him seat?
I think the microphone is off.
Yeah, you just, and if we could adjust the clock for the time for translation, please. And you can push, puede empujar su botón para.
She's going to talk and I'm going to translate. You don't have anybody to translate here.
Puede empezar.
Yo estoy aquí porque quiero, yo perdí mi hija hace 6 semanas.
I'm here because I lost my daughter 6 weeks ago.
Por una sobredosis en la John F. Kennedy.
To an overdose, as a student at John F. Kennedy.
Y quiero pedir, por favor, seguridad para las escuelas.
I want to ask for security for our schools.
Quiero pedir para nosotros los latinos que no tenemos los recursos, quiero pedir por favor que se tomen en cuenta fondos para un centro de desintoxicación para niños adictos latinos.
For us who don't have the resources to have a center for our Latino children to seek help.
Necesitamos ayuda, necesitamos que nos escuchen, que nos tomen en cuenta y que nos den información en español.
We need information, we need help, and we need the information to be given to us in Spanish.
Porque yo busqué ayuda y nadie me dio ayuda, ni las escuelas, ni el condado, ni los hospitales. Yo no estaba totalmente informada de lo que estaba pasando, de la pandemia que estaba con el fentanilo.
I looked for help with the schools, with the hospital. I wasn't totally informed with the pandemic of the pandemic that was going on with fentanyl.
Si yo hubiera sabido y hubiera tenido información, yo tal vez hubiera sabido con qué luchar, pero luché con algo de que no sabía qué era lo que mi hija estaba tomando o inhalando. Necesitamos, por favor, que haya información en español para que mamás que no entienden español, que van a los meetings y no entienden nada, por favor, que tomen en cuenta eso.
We need more education regarding fentanyl. We need to make sure that the information is being given to us in Spanish. We go to meetings and we don't understand and we don't capture completely what they're saying. If I had been given the tools to understand what to look for, smoking, et cetera, then I could have done something different.
Nosotros pensamos que hay centros de desintoxicación. Yo busqué, no encontré. Nadie me ofreció. El sistema me falló. Me falló el sistema.
We're told that there is rehabilitation centers, and I looked, wherever I could, and I couldn't find any help. The system failed me.
Necesitamos seguridad en las escuelas y fondos para entrenar perros que detecten droga y que no entren narcoestudiantes a las escuelas a distribuir esa droga porque estamos perdiendo nuestros hijos.
We need to bring funds to the schools to have drug-sniffing dogs to come in and look for these drugs so that they stop entering our schools.
Por favor, necesitamos también que en las escuelas no oculten lo que está pasando, que digan a los padres lo que está sucediendo, porque muchos padres no tienen idea de lo que está pasando en las escuelas, en los baños. Necesitamos seguridad en los baños. Por favor, tomen en cuenta eso.
We have to stop hiding the things that are going on in our schools. We as parents are not informed of the things that are going on in our school. We have to make sure that we have security in the bathrooms where these drugs are being distributed. And, okay.
Muchas gracias, señora Montalbán. Reciba nuestro muy sentido pésame y vamos a estarle dando seguimiento a su testimonio. Muchas gracias. If I could get our next three speakers to please come forward. John Wambach, Daisy Castro, and Allison Jacobus.
She said you want to go back and pick up Esther Rose who came in.
I'm checking in with Robin. John, you may begin.
Hello, my name is John Wambach. I'm a music teacher at Silver Spring International Middle School. Board Member Rivera-Oven visited us just a few weeks ago to see what our school facility is like, and that's what I'd like to talk with you today. My main concern for myself and my students is safety. Understaffing and outdated facilities are affecting students, staff, and admin at every level at my school, and it all trickles down to make the workload extremely heavy, which is leading to very low teacher morale. Our site doesn't have enough building service or security personnel to adequately take care of the building's needs. Part of the third floor and basement of our building are completely abandoned and haven't been cleaned or rehabilitated in years. Our gymnasium is in a separate building from the rest of our school, but there is no dedicated security member for that building. The facilities do not support a healthy and engaging learning environment for students. We deal with mold, lead paint, asbestos, leaks from old pipes regularly. Floods in my classroom destroyed cellos, basses, and pianos that students use. Plus, students last spring had to relocate when their classrooms reached temperatures over 90 degrees. My question for all of you to consider is, yes, this budget is large, but can you support and justify what this money is being used for in our schools? Our school had a renovation plan in 2019, but the money got taken away for other projects. Now we're left with an addition project that will bring the gym into the main building, but move it half a mile away from the field that the students use for class. The addition will add a secure entrance because we don't have one, but even with the update, visitors will still have to pass by my classroom in order to get to the main office. Even with proper maintenance, our building was never designed to be a 21st century middle school. Many students report feeling unsafe in our building because it's cramped and poorly laid out. Healthy, clean, and updated school environments promote engaged, creative learning, and MCPS must fully invest in staffing and updated infrastructure for our schools, for our district to be competitive, and for teachers and students to want to learn there. Thank you.
Castro? You're on. You were on. One more time.
Good afternoon. My name is Daisy Castro, and I'm the Community School Liaison at Wheaton Woods Elementary School. The Community Schools program at MCPS is a set of supports and services developed alongside the families and teachers at each school. I and 25 MCEA members and Amy Beal are the award-winning bridge between the school system and the communities we serve. Each community school resides in a Title I community, which means that many of our students are living in poverty. Data from school systems all over the country shows that this program helps elevate students and families in and out of the school building. We create partnerships with community-based organizations to support, such as food pantries in our schools, which the MCPS chief negotiators refuse to fund fully. We love our public schools and the communities we serve. We are part of them too, and a lot of us have been priced out of living here. As an MCPS alumni, I lived in the county for 24 years. When deciding to purchase a home, I kept getting outbid by $15,000 or more, forcing me to live outside of the county. I have colleagues who have used sick days because they could not afford gas to drive from where they live to do their jobs, being forced to move out of the district as their wages fail to keep pace with inflation. And CSLs who have worked countless hours are denied compensation for extra duties that would help us afford to stay right here. We also provide support for MCPS families living out of hotels and motels because average rent prices have skyrocketed in the area and they can't afford permanent housing. These conditions lead to community destabilization. How can we expect students and families to do their best when their housing is unstable? We love our public schools. I believe you do too.
May we begin? Good evening. My name is Allison Jacobus, and I am an MCPS school psychologist serving Rolling Terrace Elementary, North Chevy Chase Elementary, and Silver Creek Middle School. This is my fourth time testifying before the board about the alarming staffing issues MCPS is facing with school psychologists since 2018. I've also testified in front of the county council 3 times about this issue. I don't know how many more times I will have to speak out before the system will take any meaningful action to address the critical staffing shortage that is negatively impacting our students and families. MCPS's inability to retain and recruit school psychologists is shameful. We currently have 35 unfilled school psychologist positions out of 115 positions. Neighboring districts have far fewer vacancies. For example, Howard County only has 4, Baltimore City has 10. We are important school-based mental health providers working in partnership with our school counselor and social worker colleagues, as well as integral parts of special education teams. And yet we are so undervalued that we cannot retain our staff, who are leaving in droves to other districts. The mass exodus has resulted in caseloads rising to unmanageable levels, which will lead to more people leaving and exacerbating our caseload issue further. While BOE members, county council members, and MCPS leadership often tout the importance of mental health, no one is taking meaningful action to address this critical need. In contract negotiations, MCPS refuses to consider competitive pay to match neighboring districts, lower our staff-to-student ratios, advertise school psychologist positions at 12-month salary, or include school psychologists in the staffing formula when opening new schools. These are all reasonable actions well within MCPS's power that would alleviate our current staffing crisis and prevent further degrading the special education and mental health services that school psychologists provide. The mental health and well-being of our students is absolutely critical for their academic success and the overall well-being and safety of our school communities. The embarrassing number of unfilled school psychologist positions is a huge legal and safety risk for MCPS. You must do whatever it takes to recruit and retain school psychologists. This is a crisis.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers are Sarah Albert, Stephanie Galinsky, and Nora Temkin.
You may begin.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Albert. I teach 3rd grade at Diamond Elementary School. This is my 10th year of teaching. This evening, you're going to consider a budget that's not enough to meet the needs of our school system. My biggest concern is funding, or lack thereof. For example, the budget for classroom materials is not enough to cover my actual needs. Many of the needed day-to-day materials come from my own personal funds. I spend on average $1,000 a year of my own money to provide things like more supplies for my students, as well as materials for meaningful, hands-on experiences. This is the norm for many teachers. My staff development teacher frequently forwards us information about professional development opportunities. There was a conference about the impacts of trauma that cost $450. It would have benefited my teaching. I couldn't afford it, so I didn't go. MCPS must entice every prospective educator to teach here by increasing wages across the board. MCPS must prioritize teacher retention. A 3.35 COLA adjustment with no step is not enough. We ask for our regular step, as well as a COLA that accurately addresses the current inflation rates. I love my job, but it is increasingly financially difficult to afford. Neighboring jurisdictions want to say that they're better for students, teachers, and families. Let's prove them wrong. Thank you.
My name is Stephanie Galinsky, and I am a middle school special education teacher in Damascus. I love teaching, and I especially love teaching special education. If you ask any of my past and present administrators, they'll tell you that I'm excellent at my job. I always put students first, and I work hard to connect with parents and get them involved in their child's education. I plan lessons that help my students learn academics, but also help them to prepare to be contributing members of society. In the last several years, with the demands of the job increasing and my time to meet those demands decreasing, this job has gotten exponentially harder. I have felt the profound impact of staffing shortages in a classroom where staff is necessary to meet the very basic needs of my students. There were points in the last several years when I was not sure I would have the staff or resources to keep my students safe, and yet I've stayed. Public schools are important to my family. My husband is also a special education teacher in the county. We are the parents of a 2-year-old and want her to grow up here and go to MCPS schools. We were fortunate to find a foreclosure 5 years ago, and that is the only reason we were able to afford to buy a house in Montgomery County. I transferred to Montgomery County after teaching in Howard County, and because of this, the step I am on does not match my years of professional experience. My husband and I, like many of our fellow MCEA members, have worked hard to get to the highest pay level by taking extra classes and filling extra stipended positions. My husband got a second job, and I am currently searching for one as well. At this point, we have done everything in our power to increase our income. We simply cannot afford to continue working in a system that is not going to support us with professional wages. The thought of leaving a place and potentially a profession that I love is devastating. But the fact is, with MCPS's wage proposal and the current proposed MCPS budget request, we will not be able to support our family with any type of financial stability if we continue to work here. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak to you tonight. My name is Nora Temkin, and I teach French at Robert Frost Middle School. I love showing my students how the world can be seen and described in another language. There's something uniquely wonderful about how learning a new language fires up the neural pathways. That's why I became a French teacher, to open a world of language and cultures to students. But I find that becoming a smaller and smaller part of my job as funding decreases and demands on teachers in general increase. My students deserve engaging, up-to-date lessons and personalized instruction. Language and culture are always evolving, and our students deserve lessons that reflect those changes. Unfortunately, my colleagues and I cannot always deliver because our planning time is often cut short when we are called to cover another teacher's class. When we do not have adequate time to plan, lessons can become static and dated instead of creative and engaging. Meanwhile, class sizes are often so large that we cannot always give each student the personal attention they may need to grasp the more challenging aspects of learning a language, such as unfamiliar grammar or different pronunciation rules, especially in French, infamous for its silent letters everywhere. Classes of 37 or even 40 students make it simply impossible to follow up with each student's questions and needs, and can even pose a challenge to providing students with the timely and personalized feedback that would best help them progress in their learning. Our children need the intellectual stimulation of learning how to express themselves in new ways, and also the opportunity to experience languages and cultures beyond those of their immediate circles. We live in an interconnected global community that becomes more tightly woven every day. Our children need a cross-cultural understanding of the world to become global citizens. They need passionate, qualified staff who have the time and resources to teach them as they deserve to be taught. But funding has been drained from many areas of MCPS, including language instruction. So I'm asking MCPS to ensure that our students have those opportunities, to offer competitive wages to retain our existing language teachers and recruit new ones to the district, to fully fund language programs and hire more teachers so that students can get the immersive, personalized instruction they need. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Up next, if we could get Claire Fenton, Jane DeMarinis, and David Griffith. Ms. Fenton, you may begin.
Good evening, and thank you for your time today. My name is Claire Fenton, and I teach at Sligo Middle School. It's a great privilege to make my living helping children read and write. I am here to implore the board to provide teachers and schools with the funding and structures we need to help students succeed. Realistically, I do most of my planning and grading after school or on the weekends. What do I do during my planning periods? I may attend an individualized education plan meeting for special ed students or a 504 meeting for a student with a health impairment. I might attend a student find meeting for a student who is struggling. I regularly attend professional development and English department meetings to sharpen my practice and stay up to date on curriculum and assessments. I often cover technology, chorus, orchestra, or social studies classes because we do not have enough substitute teachers. I might unjam the photocopier or make a phone call to a parent. I frequently organize work for students who are out of class with COVID or meet with a counselor about a chronically truant or seemingly distressed child. I simply don't have enough time to plan, grade, and tend to these other responsibilities within my hour and a half of planning each day. More planning time alone is not the solution. I teach a reading intervention class for students reading 2 or more years behind with 17 students. I turn on and off the air conditioner and heat in my room with a pair of scissors I jam into the unit. I finished my second master's degree this summer, yet my salary is tens of thousands of dollars lower than my peers in other fields without a single master's degree. We can't fix everything at once, but we can start by fully funding our schools and agreeing to a fair contract. I urge you as members of the board to advocate for teachers and the students we teach. We can afford to make our school spaces of hope and joy for the children who walk through the doors. Investing in staffing, infrastructure, and teacher pay will help us do just that. Thank you.
Greetings, Dr. McKnight, President Silvestri, and members of the Board of Education. My name is Jane DeMarinis, and I'm a former teacher and a member of the Maryland Association of Environmental Educators, but here today as the head of Sustainable Earth Eating with an urgent request. I also speak as the mother of 3 daughters, graduates of Maryland Public Schools. Children are suffering and establishing habits that will be hard to shake the rest of their lives. Obesity rates for Maryland students tripled over the past 9 years. More than 1 in 6 teens are obese, higher for non-white populations, who have also experienced higher rates of hospital visits for diabetes and heart disease. These students face long-term health problems if obesity continues. What we eat affects our health. It can produce fantastic results or terrible ones. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has had both. He ate fast food, junk food, became overweight, then blind. Then he became vegan, lost 40 pounds, got his sight and his health back. As mayor, he now uses his experience to treat chronic disease with plant-based foods in 6 city hospitals and school lunches. Dr. Neil Bernard, head of Physicians for Responsible Medicine, says 15-year-olds already have blocked arteries from meat. Not sugar, not junk foods, but saturated fat from meat. I nearly lost a loved one to blocked arteries. A case of pneumonia revealed this. He needed open heart surgery to save his life. I know the impact of animal fat on our bodies, but was surprised in 2021 to find out the impact on climate. I founded Sustainable Earth Eating that year and began teaching Power of Food at J.F. Kennedy High School after-school program. I have proposed educational help to the state of Maryland with a toolkit for health and science teachers to use that strengthens the Maryland environmental literacy standards. My goal is to help teachers to reach teens, promoting climate awareness and healthy habits now, preventing health problems that will surely result. You can wait, but no benefit will come from waiting, only harm to our children.
We have your testimony.
I ask your support. Thank you.
Mr. Griffith?
President Silvestri, board members, Dr. McKnight, I am speaking with you today on behalf of Poolesville High School Booster Club about the lack of athletic trainers at our and 7 other high schools. Aside from one basketball doubleheader last week, we have had no trainer for any other practice, games, or matches during the winter sports season and did not have a regular one in the fall either. The expectation is we will not have one for the start of the spring sports season next week and perhaps for the remainder of the school year. This means no medical professional on hand to treat injuries during practices and games, monitor concussion protocols, oversee treatment and rehab. At our girls' basketball game last Friday night, one of our student athletes was injured during the game and lost feeling in her lower extremities. Because we do not have an athletic trainer, it took 25 minutes until this student received professional medical care when the EMT arrived at the gym. Fortunately, she's doing well now. Last year, MCPS mandated winter sports athletes receive the COVID vaccine as a participation requirement. We hope you have the same sense of urgency about the health and safety of these same student athletes this year by ensuring each of the high schools has a certified athletic trainer. To address this issue, we recommend the following 3 steps. 1, revise the information on the MCPS website about each high school having a trainer, since this information is factually incorrect and has been for months now. 2, immediately allow the booster clubs of each of the affected high schools to contract or to pay for athletic trainer services on their own until MCPS is able to permanently fill these vacancies. 3rd, absent recommendation number 2, you should consider suspending all MCPS interscholastic athletic activities until every high school is individually assigned a dedicated, certified athletic trainer as a matter of sports equity, competitive fairness, and for the health and safety of all the system's student athletes. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, if we can have Reverend Barry Moultrie, Nell Rumball, and Lysandra Tarlo Sarantos. Can you read that? Yeah. Reverend Barry, you may begin.
President Silvestri, members of the board, Dr. McKnight. I am Reverend Barry Moultrie. I served for 25 years as the youth pastor of Mount Calvary Baptist Church in the community, now the Community Engagement and Social Justice Pastor. I come before you this afternoon representing Mount Calvary Baptist Church and the Black Ministers Conference of Montgomery County. In this session, I'm speaking on behalf of several dozen churches and several thousand engaged voters within this county. The youngest ever and first Black woman school superintendent for MCPS was hired because it was felt that she would bring a new perspective, fresh anointing to guide us in providing quality education and opportunities for all MCPS students. Now we need to provision her to do the job she was brought here to do. Coming out of the pandemic, we face unprecedented challenges of safety, security, mental health, and not least among them, education for all the children of this county. This is the largest ever budget request for MCPS, and yet it still might not be enough to meet all the needs of the children and their parents. But nonetheless, it's a necessary request. We are here today to ask respectfully and demand assertively that you support her entire budget request and that you even advocate for it as it moves forward to the county executive and the county council. This budget stands to address many crucial factors that may be necessary stimulants to or potential deterrents to education. One, the anti-racism audit, which produced several recommendations that are waiting to be funded so that they can be addressed. Two, fairly compensating our community heroes, our teachers, support staff, and administrators for the work they do with our young people as they try to live in this county that they can't afford. Exploring new and different ways to enhance school safety and security so that the community feels that schools are safe and nurturing places to send their children to learn and grow. There are others. They're in my written request. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nell Rumbaugh. Thank you for taking my testimony on behalf of the Loiterman Middle School community. To start, our new theater has transformed our community. Every performance in our new space is attended by hundreds of families, friends, and caregivers. After each event, our theater's lobby is full of people elated with joy and celebration at what our teachers and students are accomplishing together. Loiterman is an exciting place to be, exemplifying public education at its best. We are lacking one very critical component with regard to this new space, however, and that is a designated technician who will care for and manage this beautiful, complex, elaborate, and dynamic space. We desperately need a mechanical service technician, or MST, to run our programs successfully. Arguably, the building should have come with an MST. Recently, our winter concerts were canceled. There was a malfunction in the theater, and this disrupted our entire curriculum and took an enormous toll on our teachers. We expressed our need for an MST January 17th for operating budget consideration. Our community has shown enormous support in a petition, the link of which is included in my written testimony. An MST is essential for the space, not a deviation from the standards. Theaters this complex have this kind of stewardship. An MST is a necessity also if it is going to be rented out to community users. Please grant us an MST. Lastly, thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Lysandra Sorrentos, and I'm here to speak about an issue that is near and dear to my heart. I've been very lucky. I grew up in a time in the United States when Jew hatred was fringe, and while it existed, most people flinched, and anti-Semitic tropes or violence against Jewish people. My generation learned to get along with regard to our feelings about non-inclusivity. We didn't want to rock the boat. My children do not have this luxury of going along to get along. My children are growing up in a time where my son has to consider whether to hide his yarmulke under a baseball cap or just take it off completely. From 2017 forward, hate crimes against Jews in this county have risen precipitously year over year. In May 21, hate crimes rose so much that MCPS actually sent out the first notification I've ever read regarding these incidents. They referenced the war between Israel and Hamas as the cause of the increase, and it felt like a gut punch. I felt blamed and betrayed by this. This uptick in hatred was not the result of Israel's government's actions. The uptick in hatred wasn't aimed at governments. It was aimed at identifiable Jews. There were attacks on kosher restaurants and the use of Nazi symbolism and attacks on synagogues. That same May, I asked my children what they learned in Jewish American Heritage Month in school, and the answer was nothing. We teach our children that that the response to hate is education and understanding. We combat bias and racism around having months that honor different ethnicities. When I spoke to my child's teachers and principals, they said, "You are right, and we need to do better." We worked together to pilot a Jewish American Heritage Month curriculum in my daughter's elementary school, and I'm asking MCPS to do the same across the county. So I was very heartened by Dr. McKnight's message last week about anti-Semitism and the rise, and that you've acknowledged it. However, this week alone, there have been 9 reported incidents of anti-Semitism in this county. Please consider a curriculum around Jewish American Heritage Month.
Thank you. Up next, we have Hashim Jabbar Odukan El. If you could please come forward.
Peace and blessings. On behalf of Racial Justice Now, I am here to share some important information with the Montgomery County, Maryland School Board of Education members, the superintendent, cabinet members, and community members. On January 20th, 2020, WUSA Channel 9 reported that more of Maryland's prison population is black than in any other state in the nation, according to a November report issued by the Justice Policy Institute. The state of Maryland has the highest incarceration rate in the nation of black men aged 18 to 24, while the second highest incarceration rate of young black men is in Mississippi. Imagine that. The state of Maryland is second to Mississippi in locking up brothers. Who would have guessed that statistic? Not me. A valid question for a thinking person would be or could be, how many of those black males incarcerated ages 18 to 24 attended Montgomery County, Maryland public schools? While I do not have the answer to that question, we do know that MCPS has had a racial disparities of in and out of school suspensions for black and Hispanic or Latina students, meaning more of these particular groups of students receive more suspensions and expulsion than any other group, a larger percentage compared to their enrollment. Racial Justice Now is an 11-year-old organization that envisions a world free of structural anti-black racism in education and beyond. Racial Justice Now partners with and organizes across generations of impacted youth, parents, and communities to build and wield people power at the grassroots to advance human rights by challenging systemic anti-black racism, the criminalization of black families, and discriminatory policies in education and beyond. On February 11th, 2023, just 2 weeks ago, we launched a white paper in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., titled Dismantling the School-to-Prison Pipeline Through Black Literacy and Education for Transformation, Recommendations for School Leaders, Parents, and Policymakers. This study was prepared by Dr. Chike Akua for the Wayfinder Foundation and Racial Justice Now. It examines the relationship between preschool to prison pipeline and the need for increased and effective black literacy and education. Thank you.
Received one video testimony from Lauren Berkowitz. If you could please play the video.
Good evening, Board of Education and Dr. McKnight. My name is Lauren Berkowitz, and I'm a parent at Wayside Elementary School. I am here today with some students from the second grade at Wayside who will share their experiences and advocate for themselves and their diverse group of young peers and teachers. We're here today asking for 3 teachers next year for their grade instead of 2. And a tentative allocation for such now because our classes are overcrowded, each class having 27 kids each and being over the guideline. We are also asking for additional support this year from a specialist to help with acceleration, identifying needs, to hear their voices, and to help level the playing field.
I'm Vivian Silberts. I would really like if we could have 3 classes next year in 3rd grade, like we did for kindergarten and first. I would like that because it is really hard to focus, there is not much space, and it gets really loud. I get headaches from all the noise and disruptions. My teacher sometimes lets me take walks, so I can take a moment to relax. Thank you for your time.
My name is Jacob Berkowitz. I am here to express how challenging it has been having 27 children in my 2nd grade class. We are asking for at least 3 classrooms of 3rd graders next year so that we can receive more one-on-one attention from our teachers and so they can identify our strengths and have fewer distractions and have more opportunities to ask questions.
I'm Katie Cranville. Here's why I'd like 3 3rd grade teachers. 1, because I get more time with my teachers. 2, because my classroom world would be less busy and distracting. 3, because we would have more time for fun things. Thanks for watching. Bye.
This concludes our public comments. The next business meeting of the Board of Education for public comment is Tuesday, March 7th, 2023. Sign-ups for public comment will open the evening of Tuesday, February 28th, 2023. In addition to online sign-ups for public comment, we allow for in-person same-day sign-ups when space allows. Unallocated slots may be filled on a first-come, first-served basis on the day of the meeting. In order to sign up in person, please arrive 15 to 20 minutes before the start of the open session and sign the form. In-person sign-ups will close 15 minutes before the public comment begins or when all slots are filled. At this time, I will ask to see if my board members have any comments or questions before we proceed with the agenda. I will start with Ms. Grace Rivera-Oven.
Thank you, President Sylvester. There's incredible moving testimony. I just wanted to thank everyone for coming out tonight on a Thursday evening. I do have to commend Mrs. Edith Montalban, Ashley's mom, for having the fortitude, the courage, and just the need to help others. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. To come and testify. She just put her child to rest less than 6 weeks ago. She was the one who found her. And I can attest that this lady did everything in her power to find a help for her daughter. And I know she is on a mission. It's a good mission to get to young people and to parents, because this war that we're fighting on fentanyl, we cannot fight alone, as you heard from her. And many of our parents, especially our immigrant parents, need the support more than ever. They need the information, they need the training, and they need the love of this community. And I know that that was not lost in this room. I want to thank Mr. Omar Lasso for supporting her, for bringing her, she would have stayed, but she could not understand what everyone else was saying. And that's something that we will be looking into fixing in the future. Because when we talk about inclusivity, it has to be inclusivity. And I know that Omar wanted to testify tonight, so I'm going to ask him being such a great person and his 2 young daughters here, to please come back on March 7th. I know that it was a difficult way to sign up and you had a hard time, even with a master's degree. But please come back on my birthday, March 7th, and I will have a piece of cake for you to be able to do so. And we appreciate every voice. We talked about, somebody brought up the issue of the bathrooms. And I know that's something that Dr. McKnight and the central office and the staff are so committed to doing something, not tomorrow, but they've been doing this yesterday. So I want to commend Dr. McKnight for her efforts so we can make sure that our children feel safe and loved in our schools. And for the anti-Semitism testimony, I know that this is not lost and you have done an incredible job yesterday taking it on, and we're looking at even the curriculum, to add curriculum as early as 4th and 5th grade about our brothers in the Jewish community. And I just want to say thank you to everybody else who are so much into helping our children, from the environment, from their food, from making sure that we are a welcoming, equitable system.
Ms. Wolf?
Thank you. I just want to thank everybody for their time coming this evening and associate myself with the comments of Ms. Oven. I couldn't have said it better, so I'm not going to try. It was very touching to hear that story. And I do know that communication is one of our strategic goals, so we will be working on that, as she said. Everyone here has raised issues that merit concern, but of course, when you're doing a budget, you can't address everything. That's about all I want to say on the budget, but I do want to ask a question about conference fees. One of our teachers said that she wanted to attend a conference that cost $400 and she couldn't afford it. I just don't know how we fund conferences, or maybe I don't recall. Can someone address that? Can someone explain that to me?
Sure, and I was going to actually follow up on several of these regarding supplies and conferences and so forth. Typically, the schools have allocated budgets that they can fund those for staff. So I'll be following up and looking into that a little bit deeper and what the procedures are around that.
I'd appreciate your getting back to me on that. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the school-to-prison pipeline. We had an excellent presentation at the Strategic Planning Committee meeting the other day on discipline in our schools. If you did not have an opportunity to tune in to the hottest show on TV, it is on our website, and I would suggest that you go back and take a look at it. We will be following this closely because we too are concerned about the disproportionality and discipline and remain concerned on that. And we will be having some follow-up, not a lot, at our next strategic planning committee, just an update. But this is something that we're going to be revisiting every year. Thank you.
Ms. Evans, do you have any comments?
No, associate myself with the comments of my colleagues, just thanking everyone that came out today. And you know what, there was someone who gave testimony in regards to how expensive it is to live in the county. And maybe I'm not reading this bill correctly, but there is some legislation, I thought, that is in Annapolis where it wants to allow teachers to be able to teach near where they live. And so I'll just say, just do some research on and read up on House Bill 81. And maybe it's coming down the pike. So I just wanted to mention that and just really thank everybody, in particular our faith-based partners. We don't often hear from you all, so I was glad to see and hear from Reverend Moultrie coming out and talking about our budget. So we want everybody to pay attention and know what's going on and be educated. So just wanted to say thank you to everyone that came out and to everyone, our teachers in the audience, central office staff that are here today. And I wanted to acknowledge the fabulous Black History Month celebration that we had over in the auditorium. So I was late, I'm sorry. I was over there trying to really kind of take in everything. So great celebration, and just want to thank everybody that took on that enormous role, it seemed like, and to our students that came out too, that participated. So thank you.
Mrs. Mondrowski?
Yep. I will associate myself with my colleagues' comments and not try to repeat them as well. But I do really want to thank everybody for all of their testimony and taking the time to come here this evening. As was already said, so I guess I will repeat a little bit, but it's so hard. We recognize that there are such great needs here in the county, and very genuinely wish that we had unlimited funds to be able to support everything that is needed. Unfortunately, of course, that's never the case, but hopefully we will all join together and come together to advocate for fully funding this budget request at the county council level. We do take everything that you all do and the shortages that are there very, very seriously and to heart. So I just want to put that out there. I had a couple of questions specifically. One was about the classroom materials funding, which you're going to look into. So if you could get back to all of us, that would be appreciated very much. The music teacher that spoke about the facilities at Sims, I was just wondering if at some point we could get some follow-up information on what we're doing there, where they fall in terms of the CIP.
Absolutely. I actually know that some of your colleagues visited the school recently, and I know Dr. Moran has been out there, so we will follow up on that.
Great, I appreciate that. The Poolsville booster question about no athletic trainers at schools. I was not aware that we did not have an athletic trainer at every one of our schools. And if they, is it in the, but if you want to speak to it, yeah. Okay, so.
Dr. Murphy?
It's actually in the budget that we are addressing that, and I'm going to be following up. I know Mr. Montaloni reached out to that parent who was speaking this evening, and we'll close that loop.
Okay, I did think that the budget had it in there, but I wasn't sure if there was an issue with actually finding people to take the positions or if it was just a...
No, we've been contracting up until this point, and now we are going to be hiring these individuals and using a model that other districts have in place and have been very successful with.
Great. And then I did want to point out the new hire onboarding that the administrative secretaries mentioned, and adding supports for that I know has been very important to a lot of different positions in terms of our retention efforts. So I wanted to mention that I do know that we're trying to make efforts to increase funding for those type of areas. But the testing coordinators, can you just, and the blueprint supports that were mentioned by Dr. Handy, could you just speak to that a little bit in terms of what we've got coming up for that?
I'm sorry, can you name the two areas again?
The testing coordinators and the supports for the requirement supports for the blueprint that in order to help support our administration with those.
So I'll speak to the testing piece, and then I'll turn it over to my colleague for the blueprint piece. That is something that we're currently addressing through our negotiations with MCAP. That is an interest that they have brought to the table, and so we are currently working with them to see how we can effectively address that.
I can address the blueprint. We've actually included in our budget, and I think Dr. Handy mentioned that in her testimony, the additional positions. We recognize that this is a new body of work that is being developed within the system, within all the LEAs within the state. So we've included that in our budget. And in addition to that, I was just briefed this morning. I understand that the system, along with MCAP, had a conversation about exactly what that involvement would begin to look like as they shape and form what components of the blueprint are impacting administrators more specifically to ensure that the principals and assistant principals and administrative voices included in the plans. So thank you for asking it.
Ms. Madrowski, done? Yeah. Okay. Ms. Sedaris?
Yeah, I echo the comments of my colleagues and thank everybody for coming out. And I did just want to echo Ms. Del Royo's testimony and also thank Ms. Montalbano. I know she left. But just to make sure, this Saturday we are having a fentanyl family forum, the second one at Northwood High School. And after the enormously successful one at Clarksburg, we made some changes. And one of them is to have very specific pieces of that directed to our Spanish-speaking community, and including training in Narcan administration. And I just want to make sure, this is a very engaged parent, that we are getting that information out. And through using all of our community partners, Black and Brown Coalition partners, all of our trusted, the people in our communities that are really able to connect with our families. Because we don't want anybody, especially like Ms. Montalban, to say, I didn't know how to get help, I couldn't find help, I didn't know where to go, because we can support families in learning. And another specific adjustment I know that Dr. Kapunin made after Clarksburg was to have a function at Saturday's Family Forum that will be directly for parents and others who are seeking help now. So that it will be a feature that I hope that we really, really promote, so families know they can come and they can learn and they can get Narcan administration training, and this is what the kits look like. And I thank you, and I thank everybody in this room who has taken Narcan administration training. I was asked by 3 PTAs this week to go and deliver that training, which I happily did, and I trained 50 people. But we have, I guess, a good problem to have. Demand has outstripped supply in the county of these kits right now. But I've been told by HHS that they will have a robust supply on Saturday at Northwood. So anyone who comes up, gets trained, will get a kit to take with them. But we need to make sure we're getting that information out in all of our platforms, all of our languages. So, and they're also going to be very student-focused. Ms. Del Rio, very specific, student-to-student directed activities at the forum. So really took what we did at Clarksburg, expanded it, learned from it. And so, I really just want to make sure, I don't want to talk to anybody in this county that doesn't know that's happening because it's such a valuable public service. But thank you. And again, thanks to all of you. And I know many of you in this room are trained, and I just thank you. But I did want to ask a specific question following up on Ms. Brandowski's question around Mr. Griffith's testimony about Poolsville's athletic trainers. I know we appropriated funds for to close that gap at the very beginning of the school year for the schools that didn't have trainers. And that when a couple weeks ago, when we saw the budget item to bring athletic trainers into our budget as MCPS employees, we were told that that was because this model isn't really working. And if we could figure out what is, because we appropriated the money to contract out training services for all of our high schools, but if we are unable to fill those contracts, if we could find out why, because we appropriated the funds, so, and then, close that gap with our schools that are currently lacking those trainers. And then I really appreciate the way our leadership team sits, hears public comment. They're furiously taking notes, chasing people down in the halls to follow up. And I just wanted to follow up again on Ms. Spandrowski's comment about Ms. Murray, the administrative secretary at Woodward Elementary. She seems like she's really on it, and maybe she would be a really great person to help inform that kind of training module that she's talking about, especially she seems to be a resource that others call on. And let's use that wisdom and experience to help us do better. And then I wanted to, Ms. Rumbaugh's testimony about the wonderful theater that we funded and built at Loiterman. Can we look into, if we have created an infrastructure without also creating the capacity to maintain it, that seems like a losing proposition. And if we could look into that to make sure that we maintain that wonderful resource that I hear so much about. Thank you.
Mr. Kim?
Thank you. First, let me take this opportunity. I know we're joined by a number of educators in the room today, and I know my colleagues on the board feel the same way, and so I certainly speak for the board and students when I say we know that education is fundamentally a human enterprise, and that without everything you do, learning would not happen every day. So first, let me say thank you. One of those educators I was lucky enough to have, actually, as a band director in 8th grade. But again, thank you to everyone for all that you do for us. I did have a couple of questions. First, I know it was mentioned that we get a follow-up around Silver Spring International Middle School and those facilities. I actually had the chance to visit yesterday, and some of the changes that I feel like would go a long way to secure the building don't necessarily have to take years. One example comes to mind. In the doorway that connects the stairs to the hallway was just so narrow. I can't imagine that it was built with a school of 1,200 kids in mind. So some of those maybe more immediate deliverables that might make those school facilities improved, I think would certainly want to raise that consideration as well. The second question I wanted to ask was about those healthy school lunches, and it's of course something there's been a lot of movement around and a lot of energy and certainly a lot of need around. I wanted to ask how between the menu redesign we did, and I know just last week we had the taste of MCPS with a number of students, how all of these processes to change the menu and offer new items are kind of considering that piece of offering a number of options, especially for students with dietary restrictions, certainly those plant-based pieces, and just generally incorporating that component of offering healthy and nutritious meals as we consider the changes we're making to the menu there. I don't know if that's something we could speak to right now or in a follow-up would be great as well.
Sure, I'd be happy to speak to that, Mr. Kim. So that is obviously something we hear a lot about and something that we are working hard at. The Taste of MCPS was, one opportunity to involve our students in that work. And, as one of the other guests said today, speaking on childhood obesity, it's really important that we're not only providing delicious food, but also nutritious food, and helping our students develop healthy eating habits, as they grow up. And so this is something that we will continue to work on, continue to seek feedback from our students as we work through what the expanded menu is going to be. And we're always looking to see what we can do to expand the offerings that we have and meet the different dietary tastes of our different communities within Montgomery County.
Great, thank you. Lastly, and these questions are closely related, so I'll ask them together. We certainly heard some public comments today around the fentanyl overdoses that we've seen in the county, and also these incidents of hate, especially the anti-Semitic incidents, and the rise of how those have affected school communities and MCPS. And I think the piece we heard in a number of comments today was the piece about what we can do as a school district from an education standpoint, offering definitely those pieces we see in the forums that we're having on the weekends now, but at a school level, offering effective and trauma-informed, especially education around certainly those pieces of fentanyl, but also the school communities as they're being touched by incidents of hate. It's certainly important to offer them support and also measures to prevent these incidents from arising. And again, a big part of that comes to what we can do from an education standpoint. So first, I wanted to ask what steps we're currently taking. I know at a number of schools, especially as they're being touched by these incidents of hate, have some out of traditional class time, very community-based discussions around this. And same goes for those fentanyl pieces, obviously the forum, but what steps we're currently taking to offer that. And of course, I'm just asking how we can consider to create those robust supports for schools as these needs arise in the future.
So on both those topics, we have a number of things that we're beginning to roll out as far as addressing through curriculum and informing folks. I know for Saturday, as far as some of the components of the fentanyl education, that will also be discussed. So I'll, have that as encourage folks to come out and participate. We had a very successful event earlier in the month, and I think this event will be as successful in kind of informing folks. So there's more to come on that, but I think the stance that we've taken is these types of behaviors are not acceptable, and I think through education we can definitely change behavior, because I think some of this is just a lack of knowledge.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. I'll also add that the education can come through a number of avenues, and that's what we continue to try to take advantage of. An example of the forum is one. That means we want to have an educational component that involves our students, our parents, our community partners, and any other organization that has an interest in how we combat issues like this within our community. Our curriculum is one. As you know, we've made some adjustments working with the realignment from the State Department of Education on health, and so they allow us to be able to provide feedback around opportunities that we want to include. So of course, this is another, issue that we're dealing with that does come under, I would say, the auspices of mental health support and a number of other things. So that's a part that I know we've influenced and said we have an interest in making sure we're teaching our students that. And then I think it's providing the services as well. Providing the services within our schools, like for instance, earlier at one of our press conferences, it was yesterday, we had a press conference and I shared about some of the partnerships that we have. ADL, that's a popular program, No Place for Hate, that we have in our schools. And that is one that we consistently focus on. How do we build community? How do we celebrate diversity and respect differences? And that's been one that's been very successful in our community. They're not in all of our schools, but some of our schools have elected to pilot into that and have had success. And so those are just a few to name out of having a system of 210 schools. We do like to have schools have flexibility in the services that they provide. Some are impacted differently, but the bottom line is we want to have a solid education in which everyone is getting an understanding of diversity and respect and values that we have as a school system across the board. So that's a part that we continue to work on, and most importantly, we work on it best when we work in partnership with others.
Ms. Yang.
Thank you. So community is where we start in everything we do in education. And today, looking around the room, I see our community. Here, we have testimony from students as young as second grade, parents, staff members, our nonprofit organizations, and our faith-based leaders. So what I find in your testimony is that your comment not only educate us, but also I find so many alignments in your comment and our shared vision of serving our students and improving our school system together. Budget process for me as a new board member has been tough. But all your comments we are taking into heart, and we want to look at it as a multi-year effort to address all the needs. Several things. I completely agree with our Black and Brown Coalition that whatever investment we made, we need to have evaluation piece, accountability piece to see if we are truly delivering the service to our most impacted students. And to the comments from our administrative secretary from Burtonsville Elementary School, I have worked in elementary school before. I'm aware of the disparity in staffings between our elementary schools and secondary levels in terms of counseling, in terms of administration, in terms of English as a second language staffing. But we would, maybe it is time for us to take a comprehensive look at the similarities between the duties of elementary school and secondary schools, and benchmark with school system of similar sizes to see what are some best practices out there. And also, another thing I would like, so all of this, I think, is just shows me again that for me, there are a lot more we can do together to listen to you, to problem solve, to navigate complex issues. So keep engaging with us, keep coming and to tell us your perspective, your suggestions, and your issues. So I also want to echo Mrs. Harris' comment on that beautiful facility at Lauderman Middle School. If we have a beautiful facility, we want to make good use of it. So let's look into technical support. Our youngest students mentioned the overcrowdedness in their classrooms. We might want to take a look because I know that our classrooms come in different sizes, so there might be particular situation in that school. Can we just take a look at the facilities? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Veravan?
Very quick, as I just got reminded by a parent about going back to the fentanyl issue. I just want to say that the community, especially, is very thankful for what's been going around when it comes to putting these symposiums. But I also want to be clear on what they were asking for, because she got a little bit nervous, so she asked me to share it with you, and I'm sorry I neglected to do so. She wanted to be clear that, especially the Latino parents at Kennedy High School, want this in their high school. And they want this done in Spanish. They don't want to be bused to other schools. They don't want to be taken to BCC. They don't want to be taken to Northwood. They don't want to be taken to Watkins Mill or Clarksburg. They want to have this in their own backyard where they can walk to the school, where they can feel that the school is being responsive to them. And that was, the message that she wanted to share with everyone here, that they're looking forward and they're actually putting together their own, and I believe that MCPS is going to be supporting them as well, along with HHS and others, that they want to have this forum in Spanish so that they feel like they're being heard and embraced. So it's not that they are being ungrateful, they just want to be treated like everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for your testimony today. It's wonderful to hear your perspectives, and we listen, we take it into consideration in all the decisions that we make throughout the year. So I really appreciate you taking the time after work on a long day to come here all the way to Rockville to speak directly to us. So I will now move us on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item 5. We are looking at the tentative adoption of the superintendent's fiscal year 24 operating budget. And so with that, I will pass it on to Dr. McKnight.
Hey, thank you so much, Ms. Silvestri. Let's give a minute for transition. All right. So again, good afternoon, board members. We look forward to sharing the presentation with you, which is a tentative adoption of the recommended fiscal 24 operating budget. You know, it was a little more than 2 months ago when we were gathering together at Northwest High School, and I was presenting the budget to the Board of Education as well as our entire community. And I must say, we've had so many people involved in this process. Hi, Nico, one of our students who is on our budget advisory. He and many others, as well as parent representation, staff representation, community representation, because we wanted this budget to be reflective of the many values that not only that we've heard today in testimony, but that we've heard over the entire year while taking into consideration the many needs of our students. And so as we take those needs into consideration, we felt that it was really important this year to approach the budget process in a very different way, and that was an avenue for increased engagement before I even presented the budget. This is our first year having community conversations to build capacity in our community to first understand how we are funded as a school system, where that funding comes from, how much comes from the state, how much comes from local government, and parallel that with what the needs are. We had 3 public forums. We had 2 public hearings and 4 work sessions in this entire process. So our public forums allowed us to be able to hear testimony, you know, throughout a period of time of what everyone's interest was in this budget. And then we also had budget work sessions in which we were able to come in and take the budget chapter by chapter to make sure we were being transparent and everyone understood exactly what those investments were in the budget and why they are where they are. So based on that feedback, we were able to come back in our operating budget work session and actually make some recommendation and bring some amendments to the board that took into consideration much of what we heard from the community, much of what we heard from you in over the times that we've been able to talk about the budget. And so there were a number of things that came to mind. That one, we wanted to continue to focus on our students' learning. And we are here for that. We knew that the pandemic would have an impact and that we needed to make sure that those investments were taken into consideration, how we would take care of our students and their learning. We also know that there was much investment that's needed to take care of our students and their well-being. We know that there have to be investments made in the staff so that we can retain the staff that we have. And to your point made earlier, support the staff when we have them to be successful in the jobs that they do and bring a certain amount of admiration to what they do, because it is important. It's important to our students and it's important to us. So with all of those things in mind, today we are looking forward to bringing back all of the amendments that we've made and bringing that back to you so that we are able to move a budget that the board approves that is then sent over to council for approval. I did want to say the budget does rely on a number of anchors that I just wanted to remind us of in this budget. We heard a lot of testimony today about students and their learning, and instructional delivery needs to be grounded in standards, and that means we have to support those who provide that instruction to our students, and that's our teachers. And we have to provide the funding to improve our teachers' ability to be able to bring that instruction to life. We oftentimes talk about the profile of the learner changing, and it is. Our children learn differently. They're exposed to so many different things, and so we have to keep up with that. We had a technology showcase, was it a month or 2 ago? And it really was all about how do we move into the next century of understanding who our students are, who live a very different life and exposure to how they learn and how they engage in so many different ways than us. And that means we have to be able to embrace that, and we have to make sure we invest in our teachers and the resources to make our classrooms become the places in which they can do that. We talk about the need to accelerate instruction for all learners and know that remediation is not the only solution, but we have to have intervention for our students to help support their learning. And of course, we know that implementation and how we implement all of these investments are important, because we want to be able to come back and say, this is what we found to be successful. So that means we have to evaluate and see what's working and see what we want to continue and anything that we need to change. And, you know, earlier when I started to talk about the budget, I tried to use 3 terms to continue to say this is the foundation of this budget. It is to support our students. It's to bring innovation to our students and our staff within the programs that we provide. And it's also to accelerate learning in so many different ways, taking into consideration how we want to continue to move a path forward for students learning, while acknowledging that there is some support that we're going to have in place as a result of the pandemic. So with all of that in mind, I will say that it's most important that we continue to think about how we do this. We can't do it without our staff. That I know. I also know that we have a very invested staff in Montgomery County Public Schools. I've had the privilege to work along many of them for my 21 years in the county. I have a chance to go out and see them in schools, board members. I know you do the same thing. And we know that we want to reward our staff because they do way beyond oftentimes what's expected. And the classroom today is not just a classroom in which we're delivering instruction. We are caring for our students. We are checking in on them in ways that make sure we have to look at every single one and say, you may not be communicating to me what you need, but I need to be able to observe you and see if there's anything that I need to do to check on you. And so we acknowledge that. So much so, recently we received our funding from the state of Maryland. And so, you know, this year we were a little delayed in getting all of that done as we had a transition in governor from the state, but we were able to receive additional funding from our state. And so we've made a decision to increase our compensation. You know, we want to increase the compensation for our staff that we have made available to them and use all of the state funding toward that effort. And we do that because we want to acknowledge the work that they do. And I wanted to share that with you because that will be one of the updates that we see today in the operating budget. The money that we've received in compensatory services from our state budget is what we are now moving towards acknowledging the work that our staff do and using that so that we can continue to compensate them appropriately, retain them, and most importantly, remain competitive in all of the professions that it takes for our children to get the services that they need. Teaching, counseling, bus driving, principals, administrators. I don't want to start naming because someone's going to email me and say, you didn't say me. But it is every staff member that contributes to our students in the school system. And so I look forward to us being able to share that with you today and acknowledging that you know, this is important to us. This is who we are, and we have to be prepared for the future and invest in our staff to do the work that we ask them to do. So with that, I want to thank you, and at this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hall.
Great. Thank you, Dr. McKnight. Members of the Board of Education, it's a pleasure to be here today. First, I would just want to start by thanking all of our stakeholders who provided really valuable input on this budget over the past 6 months. Certainly this Board of Education, but also our association partners, our community members, our staff, and everyone who has really leaned into this and stepped up to provide really meaningful feedback as we've worked through this process. You know, we believe that this budget request is one that makes a historic investment in our teachers and our staff to support the work that they're doing every day in the classroom. It also invests in innovative approaches to teaching and learning, and invests in many different ways to accelerate learning for our students as we as a school district emerge from the pandemic and start looking to a much brighter future. So there's going to be 3 parts to today's presentation. First, Mr. Riley will go through the slides and do the presentation. Then we will turn it back over to the board for questions and discussions. And then finally, Mr. Riley has a resolution that he will read for the board. So with that, I will stop and turn it over to Mr. Riley.
Good evening, President Silvestri, Vice President Evans, Dr. McKnight, and board members. So tonight I will be presenting to you the superintendent's amended recommended budget, which upon your approval of the resolutions will represent the board's tentatively adopted FY24 budget that will be transmitted to the county on March 1st. Next slide. So our budget development process effectively is a year-long process that starts in late September, early fall, when we task the leaders of our offices and departments and divisions with examining their current budgets to look for reductions and realignments that will move the system closer to the pillars of the board's strategic plan, namely academic excellence, well-being and family engagement, and professional operational excellence. These leaders are also charged with looking at their mission statements and their racial and social justice statements to make sure their budgets provide equity, as well as aligning to the board's priorities and the superintendent's themes that you noted before. I want to make mention, I have some staff members here. This collaborative work is led by Budget Supervisor Yvonne Alfonso Windsor with assistance from Executive Director Thomas Klausing and the rest of the budget unit. So once the departments have their same service budget, they also must take into account of inflation and contractual rate changes when developing the budget. And we talked about that extensively, how inflation is a big part of this budget. And after which they come up with that budget, these budgets are shared with the Budget Review Committee. So the Budget Review Committee is made up of MCPS and association leaders. During this period, the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee, or BAC, is also meeting to look at the needs of the system and providing input on what should those needs need to be prioritized. This group is made up of staff, students, association, and community leaders. This year, the BAC met 4 times prior to the release of the superintendent's budget, and we have plans to meet at least once or twice over the next few months. This past fall, as the superintendent mentioned, we also had 3 successful community forums where input was gathered in developing the budget as well. Next slide. So, next slide. So after the superintendent releases her budget in December, there's other opportunities for stakeholders' input, such as the January 11th and January 17th Board of Education public hearings and the superintendent's recommended budget. In addition, on January 10th, 18th, 24th, and February 9th, the board held 4 work sessions. And after hearing further from the board and the community, strategic revisions were made to amend the original recommended budget. The superintendent's recommended budget for FY24 as amended totals $3.216 billion. This is an increase of $296 million or 10.1% compared to the current FY23 budget. This amended recommended budget includes a revenue adjustment of an additional $60.7 million compared to what was included in Dr. McKnight's 2019 December 19th budget. Next slide. So one of the challenges of starting the budget development process early is the fact that we don't really know our state funding until late January. So we have to rely on estimates based on current information. So the information we had at the time was a projected 4% increase. So we had $15 million for state funding in the original superintendent's budget. However, as was mentioned, most of the reason for the $60 million revenue adjustment was a result of Governor Westmore's including a 10% increase statewide for budget education. MCPS was fortunate to post the 2nd largest increase in student enrollment in the state and one of the largest percentage increases, which equated to increases in many state foundation categories such as Comp Ed, English learners, and students with disabilities. But at the same time, we also saw decreases in some of the more specified restricted programs funded through the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, as noted in this slide, the negative 4.7. This phenomenon is the result of a few factors. Number one, just like our state foundation formulas, the Blueprint takes into account wealth equalization factors, which negatively affect MCPS. 2, over the last 2 years, there's been a shift in state funding from the Blueprint to the foundation, that they're just normally moving things from Blueprint to foundation. And thirdly, over time, the local responsibility of the Blueprint legislation increases as well, and that's per legislation. So based on the expenditure adjustment that I'll discuss in a moment, there's also an increase of $6.1 million in the local contribution, and that's reflected on the slide above too. If you notice, the federal enterprise and fund balance revenue estimates had insignificant changes and not much different from the superintendent's original budget. Next slide. So due to the large state funding increase, our state funding percentage actually went from 28 to 29% since the superintendent's original budget. Our county funding increase went from 65% of our budgeted revenues to 64%. But our local funding percentage still exceeds all the other LEAs in the state, and coupled with the state funding, 93% represents 93% of the MCPS operating budget, as shown on this slide. Next slide, please. On the expenditure side of the budget, this budget reflects an increase of $60.1 million in funding and 111 full-time equivalent positions compared to the superintendent's original budget. In part, this supports the additional funding for some restricted grants that are included in the blueprint legislation, but the larger portion of this increased expenditures supports the continuing salaries and benefits for MCPS employees included as a set-aside to support the ongoing negotiations with our employee associations. Some of this increase is to meet the demands of blueprint teacher salary benchmarks, but more importantly, it represents the need to exceed those baselines to ensure that we can attract and retain the highest quality staff in all positions in our system. The other expenditure categories are enrollment changes, new school opening, and accelerators. They all remain the same from the superintendent's budget. But as we noted 2 weeks ago, the accelerators category did add 86 positions by realigning our previous accelerators, which we would revisit in future budgets. But that's what we talked about 2 weeks ago. Next slide. So this slide provides a visual of where our dollars go based on our state object descriptions. 89% of the operating budget is invested in staff salaries and benefits. The next highest one is called Other, and that includes system-wide utilities and things such as non-public school tuition. Next slide. So the next 3 slides actually provide an overview of some of the key accelerators in the amended budget aligned with the board strategic plan and priorities that were presented in detail 2 weeks ago at the last board's work session for the budget. In the area of academic excellence, there are over 15 investments totaling over $22 million, and specific accelerators put forth to improve literacy and math total about $10 million. That's number 1 on this list here. And remember, that is in addition to the $25 million that are already invested in the current budget. Next slide. In the area of well-being and family engagement, there are over a dozen new accelerators, some of them highlighted here, that total almost $8 million. And based on hearing some of the testimony, I just wanted to point out we do have, as mentioned, 25 athletic trainers for the district-wide athletics programs, as well as 10 additional security assistants. Next slide. As for professional and operational excellence, the accelerators, some of which are listed here, total approximately $17 million. And I think mention was made to coordinator positions for the blueprint of Maryland's future, and that's shown up there as well, too, as well as some other highlighted ones. Next slide. So here's a timeline that shows where we're at with the budget and where we're going. So as noted before, the board's tentatively adopted budget will get transmitted to the county by April 1st, and on April 15th, the county executive will release his county budget to the county council. During April and May, the county council will hold public hearings and work sessions on the MCPS budget, as well as all of the other county agencies. And on May 25th, the council will vote on that budget. Then on June 6th, this board will vote to approve and adopt the MCPS FY24 operating budget. That budget will soon after be loaded into our ERP financial system, and soon after that, we'll be starting the process to develop our FY25 budget. So I have the 3 resolves that Mr. Hull was on the next slide that I'm going to read, but I'm going to pass it back to President Silvestri for discussion first.
Colleagues, if you have any comments that you'd like to make at this time, please turn your light on. Mr. Kim.
Just the last slide on the timeline, did you say the April 18th was when the county executive releases?
April 15th.
April 15th?
Oh, March 15th, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Harris.
Yes, first I just want to thank our, Mr. Riley and staff for the enormous work that they do sort of year in and year out in this incredibly complex process of evaluating where our money's going and planning for the evolving nature of the work that we do as a system. I mean, you guys are amazing. I couldn't do what you do, and I really appreciate it. But I did want to mention one thing on slide 9 that it's here on the slide, you didn't mention it, but a lot of families are very much looking forward to our implementation of a bus tracking software app, something that helps us plan more efficient bus routes, safer bus stops, and let parents, students track their buses in real time. So yes, all the people that emailed me, it's in here. Yeah, thank you.
Mrs. Modrowski?
Yep, I too want to thank you and your staff and everybody, and Dr. McKnight for hearing the public and hearing the board and really trying to incorporate as much as we possibly can for our staff. I'm obviously very concerned about the council fully funding this budget, so we're all going to really need to push and work together to ensure that they get the full impact that we need this to make, to be able to do what we need to do for our students and our families. I am very appreciative of the added funding from the state. I think that's hopefully going to be able to be something that can really be meaningful for our staff in terms of our salaries and all of that, and being able to be competitive. As I mentioned before, there's never enough to do everything that we all want to do, and so I do feel like this is a good budget. I am going to support this budget. I had one quick question and it's a follow-up to a question I asked earlier, and it's about the, and I'm not trying to get into the nitty-gritty nitpicking of particular things, but on the testing coordinator issue, I feel like you'd mentioned that it was something that was being talked about in negotiations, but I didn't think we negotiated on staffing. And the reason I'm concerned about this particular position is because it's something that I feel like we've talked about in terms of the work counselors get burdened with, and staff development teachers get burdened with, and administrators clearly get burdened with. And so I just like a little bit more clarification in terms of, is that something that we are seeing in this budget? Because on the line, we don't get the line items. We just get the overall.
So thank you. I appreciate that question. And you're right. So this isn't something that we are, negotiating as far as bringing in additional staff, but trying to work with our association partners on other ways that we could address that. And so, yes, it wouldn't be a negotiation around adding staff, but what other ways can we look to identify supports for our assistant principals with everything else that they've got going on?
Oh, okay. For a follow-up sometime, could I just get some sort of better sense of what we're doing in terms of looking at hiring specifically testing coordinators that might alleviate, not just from administration, but as I mentioned, from our teachers, our counselors, and all of the other people that get pulled out of their classroom work or their everyday jobs to participate in that. Thank you.
Ms. Evans?
Yes, I don't know how you can say thank you any different way, but definitely appreciate the budget staff, the budget office, and like Mrs. Modrowski stated, just thankful that Dr. McKnight did do due diligence in this proposed budget. We can see that a lot of what's in the budget will be impacted by our schools. It's supports that will be in our schools. And so just grateful to everybody that came out today to listen. This is a late evening, but definitely hope that you see yourselves in this budget. I know a lot of our teachers left, but again, just wanted to acknowledge and recognize them, as well as our administrators and supervisory staff and our supporting staff. This is good. And so I do hope that everybody will come with us to advocate, right? It'll take more than just the board.
We're nodding.
Right? So, no, just thank you for all the work that went into the budget. We had an extra work session, but it was all worth it, right? Yeah.
Ms. Wolf?
I too wanted to thank you for the work that you did on this budget, and particularly, as Ms. Mandrowski already mentioned, wanted to thank you for hearing the board's concerns and taking that back and really thinking about it and making some adjustments and changes that I believe will really have an impact on our students that are not achieving right now. So I'm really pleased about that. I'm also really pleased that we will be able to support our teaching staff with the additional money from the state, because I do think it's been a rough few years and they have gone over and above and really deserve everything that that we could possibly do, even though I know that we can't do everything that everybody wants to do, that we can do. I'm glad that we're going to be making improvements there. But I also want to remind people that this is a large budget, and we're going to have to go to the county council to support it, but they're going to be looking for accountability. And so we're going to be talking about that quite a bit in strategic planning. So just keep in mind that we want to know how this money is actually turning around the system. And we know it's not going to turn around this year, maybe. We hope to see some improvement, but we will be looking for that. Thank you.
Ms. Rivera-Oven?
I said it before, I am very pleased that our voices were heard. Thank you, Dr. McKnight, and to your stellar team for doing a lot of the heavy lifting and going back and putting the math coaches and more ESOL teachers and more support for our teachers, especially in the elementary school, and see the difference of the load that happens in elementary school versus middle school and others. So, the Black and Brown Coalition said it the best. There needs to be accountability when we're investing in a lot of these programs and prior programs, and that's exactly what the council is going to be looking for as well. And I just want to say that our children are the biggest treasure that we have, and they're the best investment we can make. And I know that we are all committed to making sure that we look at this with an equity lens, making sure that every child that comes through our doors, and I know your commitment has been unwavering on that as well, that every child that comes in through our doors deserves to be treated and has the same chances as any other child, not even looking into their zip codes, but is able to get that education. So for that, I am very thankful that we have that leadership in you and in your staff. So on behalf of those populations that are struggling, and on behalf of our teachers and our support staff and our bus drivers and the ladies in the cafeteria, anything that we can do to make sure that they have the support and the TLC, we're going to do. However, more than ever, we need to speak with a unified voice, and that is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly critical and important. So I hope that many of you who came to testify here tonight with such passion, that you also go to council and testify with such passion and love and care for all our children in MCPS.
Ms. Yang?
Yes, I want to associate myself with the comments from my colleagues. Thank you for our staff for putting together this budget, and thank you for this. I appreciate the process, the dialogue, and how we stay true with our strategic planning, the 4 priority that we have, and constantly asking ourselves, are we being true to our priorities? And I will say that again, accountability, evaluation piece need to follow up now with our budget, because we will need to be accountable for our taxpayer, be good steward of the money. Now, moving forward, I know I will be there advocating for this budget to our county council and to our county executive, and I hope that all of you will join me and join the board in advocating for the resources for our students and families. Thank you very much.
There's been a couple comments about accountability, and Dr. Murphy, I know that you mentioned to us that on March 7th, you're going to be talking about program evaluation. Do you want to just say something about that for the audiences watching?
Sure. One of the discussions we've been having, and I think the board has brought this forward, is what are the accountability models that we have in place? So Brian Hull and I have talked, as well as other staff have talked about, with some of the new initiatives, how are we going to put monitoring systems in place so we know we've made these investments. Do we want to continue to make these investments? Are we monitoring what's happening based on the feedback and the student data? And then do we either want to continue them, or do we want to adjust and push our resources in another direction? So developing that cycle is going to be something that we're going to need to build, but I think the expectation has been that with all these new initiatives and many of the ones that are in place, that we want to have some type of accountability cycle where we're constantly looking at this and we're making changes. If it's not working, then we should stop doing it. Just because we've decided that we're going to make that investment, then we need to make a change. And if it is working, then it's something that we want to accelerate. There are a number of pilots that are in place, and I think that strategy is a good strategy before you scale it. And I think that's going to be the path we're going to take. So we'll be coming back to the board as we look at this. You'll be mindful about what all those accountability measures will be for the different programs, and then we'll be able to monitor pretty closely.
March 7th, did I get that date right? Is that
Yeah, I think we can have something for you by March 7th. Absolutely.
No, if it's not, I thought it was already on the agenda for March 7th, but I might be wrong. So
Okay.
Okay, we can check on that.
All right.
Yeah, so critically important. I mean, that accountability conversation goes hand in hand with a budget. And again, this is another example of something that the board has been advocating for, and so appreciate you taking the reins and really putting that to action. So I just wanted to echo my comments of my colleagues and just say that I agree with you. Our children are our greatest asset. The future of Montgomery County, I really believe this, the future of Montgomery County depends on how well we do for our students today. They are the future taxpayers. They are the future workforce. So we have to do right by them and give them the highest quality education, and that costs money. Everything costs more today than they did 20 years ago. School systems do more than they ever did before. People remember budgets of 20 years ago. Well, the school system does a lot more than just classroom instruction today than they did before. And so I really want to thank the staff for the great work that you've done. Thank you for listening to the board. Our priorities are literacy and math, fully staffing our schools, safe, inclusive schools, and communication. And you see that this budget really reflects the board's priorities, which of course are based on the pillars of our strategic plan. So as has been stated, our next step is the county executive. Before the county council, we have to go to the county executive and advocate with one voice. We need the community's support. We have accountability measures in the works. We're starting to see progress, turning our math and literacy around for our students. So we are in a good place. We are optimistic and confident about the future of our school system. So let's come together and do what is needed for our students in MCPS. So, Dr. McKnight, I turn it back to you.
Yep. Mr. Riley will read the resolution.
I just want to thank Mr. Kim because I guess I have spring on my mind. I wore a spring tie today because I was saying April because I said get it to the county by April 1st too. No, it's next week. It's March 1st and March 15th. So thank you.
Mr. Riley, you're forgiven. And I did want to say, just because you said that, that's right. This budget staff has just been simply amazing. Every time, first of all, everyone should know this is a year-long process. The minute this is all done, late spring, we start the next budget. We start planning for it. And so even as we get into December for the release of the budget and then the adjustments, this is literally every day us running back and forth, exchanging numbers. How much does this cost? How much does this cost? What will this look like now? Next year, what will the cost look like? And so they have just been so committed in the process. And I thank you, board members, for mentioning that, because all of the work that happens on behalf of our children and the things that we present to you to share the story of what we do in MCPS, it's the staff that's pulling that together to be able to share that story. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank them because they have hung in there and they still smile. Through it all, they still come with the best attitudes, when we are making changes constantly and are being just, they're being flexible and adjusting every way possible. So, Mr. Riley, team, thank you, Yvonne, Tom, for everything.
Thank you. So it's actually 3 official resolutions. So be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education approve the fiscal year 2024 special education staffing plan as outlined in the superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2024 operating budget. And be it further resolved that upon final approval of the fiscal year 2024 operating budget in June 2023, that the special education staffing plan will be submitted to the Maryland State Department of Education. And be it further resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education adopt the superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2024 operating budget as amended, totaling $3,216,039,673 as delineated by category in the memo to the board dated 2/23/23.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Thank you.
May I just, yeah. No, I was just gonna ask. I was just gonna ask if I could maybe say that this is perhaps the best $3 billion budget I've ever voted on.
We are going to take a 5-minute break. If we can come back here at 10-minute break at 7:25. Okay, so we are resuming our business meeting with agenda item number 7, the FY24 capital budget and amendments to the FY23-28 capital improvements program work session and biannual ADA facilities oral update. Dr. McKnight, you can proceed with the presentation.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Silvestri. So we are here to provide several important updates and recommendations to the Board of Education pertaining to our capital improvement, also known as our CIP. I'm going to ask the staff to please come forward and join us here at the table. So the CIP team, they're coming to the table now, and we are going to walk through the county executive's recommended CIP budget. We talked about this at our last Education and Culture Committee meeting. And we're going to talk about the next steps in the county's overall CIP process. So while the county executive's recommended budget does include an increase in funding for more than what was previously approved, it does not include all that the Board of Education requested. And I wanted to point that out to you because it's a part of what we will be sharing tonight, because that means since it was not including all of the Board of Education recommendations, we will then have to describe a non-recommended reduction process and outline projects and programs that will be included in that we will ultimately have to take back to the council. So we'll talk about that. And in addition to this funding discussion, the team is also going to provide an update and an overview on where we are with the Burtonsville Elementary School Rebuild Project and the boundary study scope of work for Charles Woodward reopening project as well. Okay. All right, with that, thank you so much. I'll turn it over to Mr. Hall.
All right, great. Thank you, Dr. McKnight. Exciting day at the Board of Education. We just approved our operating budget, and that is what funds the day-to-day operations of the school district. And now we will turn our focus to the capital budget, which funds our new schools and the infrastructure of the district. And so I will turn it over. We're joined at the table by Mr. Seth Adams, the Director of Facility Management, Ms. Adrienne Karamias, the Director of Capital Planning and Real Estate, and Ms. Shiho Shibasaki, the Assistant Director for the Department of Facility Management. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Adams.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. McKnight, President Silvestri. So I wanted to start with the first slide and just frame the overall CIP and really understand how it links in. As Mr. Hall talked about the capital improvements program, it is infrastructure, but it is the bedrock of providing space and supports to the operating budget that you just passed. So we're going to talk about some of the elements of the CIP that are moving forward, some of the elements that we're going to have to talk about in terms of possible reductions in the overall non-recommended reductions, but hopefully again we can advocate for maintaining the board's request. But we just want to frame it and walk everyone through and make sure everyone has a robust understanding of next steps. But if you go to the next slide, as I said, from a CIP perspective, we do bring together many of the strategic elements, the priorities of the board, priorities of the superintendent. And I've said this before at the board table, that the buildings, our school buildings, are representative of our investments in our communities. And so we do feel that, the work that we're doing between equity through supports of our communities is extremely important in the priorities that we've set forth in the overall CIP. Unfortunately, obviously, there are sometimes budget constraints, and that's what we're going to walk through. And for the next slide, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Karamias, who's going to walk us through the non-recommended reductions and also the county executive's proposed budget.
So next slide, please. So this is just the agenda for the evening. I think that Dr. McKnight sort of touched on everything. We are going to go through the county executive's recommendation, the non-recommended reductions that were asked of MCPS to give back to the county council, the recommendation for the relocation of Burtonsville Elementary School, the recommendation for the boundary study scope to reopen Charles W. Woodward High School, and then we will finish with the ADA progress update that is requested by the Board of Education. Next slide, please. So on January 17th, the county executive released his recommended CIP, amended CIP for the remaining 6 years of the
of the cycle. The recommendation for MCPS was $1.875 billion. It was a decrease of $62.7 million, less than the board's request, and the board's request was $1.936 billion. Bless you. The recommendation shifts expenditures from 2024 through 2026 to the final 2 years of the CIP. When we have seen reductions by the county executive, that's typically what happens. It's in the earlier years, and it shifts to the latter years of the CIP. So we are seeing something that we have seen in the past. The recommendation also includes a reduction of about $10 million. It was a little bit more than $10 million in FY23, but that is something that we do not have to address because those expenditures shifts to FY 2022. It wasn't a reduction, it was just a shift. So because this is an amendment year, it actually is reflected in the 6 years, but we do not have to address it. We worked with OMB staff to make those what we call accelerated implementation expenditures that went from 23 to 22. So those we do not have to worry about when we're looking at non-recommended reductions. Next slide, please. So here we are. So you could see in FY23, you can see that $10.2 million reduction, which again, we don't have to worry about because we are in alignment with the county executive on that. Then you can see in 2024, 25, and 26, those reductions, $38 million in 24, 36 in 25, and then about $21 million in 2026. And then you could see the additional expenditures that were shifted into 27 and 28, but it's still a almost $62 million reduction. So that is what we were trying to address and what we needed to address, asked of us by the Education Committee at the County Council. So next slide, please. So again, it's in the early years, so that is the challenging part. And typically, the expenditures that we have in our CIP in the early years are for projects that are either under construction. So of course, it's hard to touch those expenditures because those projects are already, in the midst of being constructed, or projects that will start in the summer. So that is typically what happens. Potential impacts, and we've talked about this in the past, shifting completion dates, because that's one way in order to shift expenditures out from the early years to the outer years. Delay critical infrastructure. We have seen that in the past where either our HVAC, roofs, PLAR, unfortunately gets reduced at the end during reconciliation because there is money in those early years. Or delaying the policy and program infrastructure work like Blueprint. And we talked about that in October, that we were adding some money into the CIP to specifically address Blueprint, pre-K, PAP, et cetera.
And I would just say one piece, we've heard the narrative from the County Executive and Council. They call it a front-loaded CIP. That is a misnomer, right? So our CIP reflects, as Adrienne said, construction projects that are going into construction. The out years are projects, there's gaps out there because we haven't identified projects yet that would fill those gaps. So they call it a front-loaded CIP, but the reality is these are just projects that have gone through design and are ready to start construction. So just wanted to clarify that from a perspective of when you hear that term front-loaded, it is not the image that I think many think of when they hear of a front-loaded budget.
Okay, next slide, please. So on January 31st, the board received a letter, and this is again typical for a number of years that we've had this, asking MCPS to give them a non-recommended reduction list. It is not something that the board is supporting or the superintendent supporting or requesting. It is a request, and we have to adhere to that request based upon the county executive's recommendation of a reduction. And each year, of course, it's different. This year, it's about $62 million. So adhering to that request, on February 10th, we did submit a letter back to the county council that showed those non-recommended reductions, and you can see the list is on this slide. So the first sort of group, maintaining the planning funds, but delaying by 2 years, Highland View Elementary School and Damascus High School major capital projects. So those are the first two projects, and actually only individual projects that we did that were included in the non-recommended reductions. The other reductions, as you can see, expenditure reductions in FY24 for ADA, that was a $2 million reduction. For the sustainability initiative, and these are two projects that are our countywide systemic projects, $2.5 million in FY24. And then to align the out years a little bit, because when you move expenditures, there's always changes. Roof replacement project, there's a $2 million reduction in FY27 and FY 2028. So those are the actual reductions that actually affect either completion dates or our countywide systemic projects. If you go to the next slide, we were able, what we typically do is come up with scenarios. We meet with Dr. McKnight to go through those. I'm able to incorporate also in this one a significant amount of technical adjustments that I was able to shift expenditures from the early years to the out years, sort of make things work a little bit better, but not change any project completion dates. So that really helped when we were looking at the non-recommended reductions, trying to impact the least way that we could. I was able to do that. That is a request that usually comes during reconciliation. County council staff will come back and say, hey, can you look at doing any of those technical adjustments? Well, I've done them now. And so I can't get a second bite at that apple, but it allowed us to make only those two adjustments for those two projects. So that was something that we did earlier rather than later. Anything? No? Next slide. So here are just two graphs that you can see. The first one is the board's request compared to the non-recommended reductions, and you can see that difference is about $56 million. You can see the year by year. So we try our best to get as close as we can, but we never fully, specifically in this case, we weren't there completely. You can see at the bottom, the county executive's recommendation to the non-recommended reductions. It's about $5 million off. So we have so you can look at it as we reduced not to that 62, but more to like 57 and change to get to that, to get to as close as we could in those years. So you can see, I think the bottom one is more, the county executives to the non-recommended reduction. So in 23, it's 0. We got where we needed to because, again, that 10 million we agreed upon with the county executive. In 24, we're over by 2.7 million. In 25, by 2.4. In 26, by 3 million. And then you can see we're lower in the last 2 years. So it is really close to what the county executive's recommendation is. Okay, next slide. The one thing, and we said this in the letter going back to the county council, this non-recommended reductions are not in any priority order. So we're hopeful, as we always are, to advocate for what we need based on the board's request. We want everything in there. Typically, MCPS staff will work with council staff as we get closer into reconciliation to figure out if there are movements where we can, of course, impact the board's requests the least and our projects the least. So we will just continue working through that process over the next 3 months.
And important dates are, coming up in March. There will be another review by the Education and Culture Committee looking at the non-recommended reductions and obviously having, comments, questions. Certainly we welcome, our advocates to participate and tune into those meetings. Beyond that, then it ultimately does go into recommendations to the full council and the continued advocacy at the full council level through March and April, ultimately to a point of reconciliation in May. So I wanted to give rough timelines of how to advocate for the full board request as we move forward as well.
I think that was the last slide. If you could go to the next slide. Yes.
Okay. I will ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments. Please turn your line on and I will call you. If not, we can move on to the next discussion item. Ms. Harris.
Yeah, I just, again, thank you. This is not fun work, but necessary work. And my comment goes to, nobody will be surprised. It's like a dagger to my heart to see the 2.5 million away from sustainability projects. But I'm hopeful that as we're doing our advocacy, you know, the county and the school system share a joint aggressive commitment to our sustainability goals. And if MCPS can't achieve our sustainability goals, then the county can't achieve it. We're just too big of a part of the fabric of the county. So I'm hoping that that will be something that they, you know, have telegraphed they see great value in the, you know, climate action plan. And it's been driven so much by the students of this county who are the next generation leaders, as my colleagues alluded to when we talked about the value of why we fund schools and why it is such a good investment. And, you know, we need to make this the county that they want to live in for the next 50 years, because some of us won't be here then.
Mrs. Mandrowski. Okay, if there are no other questions, then we can move on to the next presentation.
All right, so the next topic is going to be the recommendation for the relocation of the Burtonsville Elementary School. Just to frame this, you know, this has been an ongoing conversation for a couple of years, but just to remind everyone, from the fall to now, the board did make that recommendation to follow Dr. McKnight's you know, approach to creating a new Burtonsville. So Shiho is going to walk us through the background of the site itself, but I just want to remind everyone of where we were from an addition to ultimately a new school. And what we're going to talk about tonight is the site selection process, which is a little different because usually when we talk about site selection, it's about a new school, not a relocation. So we're looking at this more of a site selection adapt type of approach. But with that, I'll turn it over to Shiho to walk us through.
Okay. So the background is, so November 2021, the Board of Education approved the Burtonsville Elementary School addition project with completion date of August 2025. However, in May 2022, the County Council delayed this project by 2 years, and the completion date is now August 2027, but still maintain the portion of the planning funds so the design phase can start. And in November 2022, the Board of Education approved the construction of the new Burtonsville Elementary School at another location instead of building addition to the existing building. Next slide, please. And then for the site evaluation process, as Mr. Adams mentioned, MCPS staff evaluated potential elementary school sites within the Burtonsville Elementary School service area. And among those potential sites, only one site is owned by the Board of Education, and all other sites are currently park sites, 3 local and 1 regional, and owned all by the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission.
And I just want to say, so we've had lots of conversations about parks and partnerships with our park and planning, you know, teams, and we felt very strongly that we are walking arm in arm, advocating for parks just as much as we are for schools. So we definitely took this into consideration, and you know, looking at them as allies and advocating for our communities. So just wanted to put that out there because I know we've had a long history of discussions with our park and planning partners over the years as well.
Thank you. And then, so about this board-owned site, in 2019, the Board of Education acquired the Northeast Consortium Elementary School number 17 as part of the Montgomery County Planning Board resolution. And this 10.95 acres future school site is located at Saddle Creek Drive and Bentley Park Drive. Next slide, please. So the map on the left shows the Northeast Consortium. The light gray area is showing the Northeast Consortium. And then the area surrounded by the blue line shows the Burtonsville Elementary School service area. And on the right side is enlarged map of the Burtonsville Elementary School service area. And this Northeast Consortium Elementary School number 17 is on the east side of this service area. Next slide, please. So this map shows the area of the new site and surrounded by blue lines. And on the west side of the site is more like neighborhood residential area. And on the right side, which is the east side, is actually owned by the park and planning for the forest conservation area. Next slide, please. So this map shows actually the 1 mile walk zone radius for Northeast Consortium Elementary School number 17. And there are quite a lot of residential area within this radius. However, the school bus transportation analysis needs to be conducted to determine the actual exact walk destinations. And just to compare, currently there is no designated walkers to the Burtonsville Elementary School.
Yeah, for us, this is our favorite graphic because it does show the opportunity for students and families to walk to the school as opposed to, the current situation. Being in the service area and allowing a large development to be able to walk, we thought was certainly a win-win for a lot of reasons for this particular project.
Just to clarify, can I just ask, how far is it from current Burtonsville? Like a mile and a half? A mile and a quarter?
It's not far, right? So it's I don't think I've mapped it out, but it's probably under 3 miles, probably closer to 2 miles.
So the scale, you could see the line, the scale is 2 miles. So if you just look at that and you just turn it around, it can't be much more than, if it's 2 miles or less, just right about that.
Go ahead.
Next slide, please. So we have done the community outreach for this process, and we actually contacted Burtonsville Elementary School Parents Teachers Association to provide superintendent recommendations and the rationale to it. And also we sent postcard to the adjacent homeowners and to adjacent homeowners associations around this new site. And also the Connect Ed messages with flyers were sent to the parents and guardians to the Burtonsville Elementary School in multiple languages. And also we provided flyers in English and Spanish to Marilyn Pleisner Recreational Center and also East County Regional Service Center. Next slide, please. And also flyers in English and Spanish were posted on the Maryland National Parks and Planning Commission's website, as well as the MCPS website with some additional information in multiple languages. And for the next steps for the community outreach is if the site is approved by the Board of Education, the design process will begin and include the entire Burtonsville community at that time. And the architect selection process can be begin like spring or summer of this year. And the community engagement meetings will be happening the school year of 2023 to 2024 for planning and design of the new building. And also the detailed study to evaluate transportations and access needs will be done. And we will continue the community dialogue regarding the future use of this existing facility.
And I would just comment on the existing school because obviously every facility in our inventory is important. We are looking at this school as well as many others in terms of opportunities for pre-K early education. We're looking at existing projects in the area to see if there's ways to be more cost-effective in our approach. Greencastle, for instance, really looking at that scope, making sure that everything that we're doing in that region is aligned. So this is going to be great community dialogue, not only around the new school, but also around the opportunities associated with having another building in the inventory to take advantage of. So next slide, please.
So the superintendent recommendation is after an analysis of the potential sites, the superintendent recommends relocating Burtonsville Elementary School to the Northeast Consortium Elementary School number 17 site. And this is a future school site and therefore no impact on the existing amenities in the Burtonsville Elementary School service area. And for the timeline of the board process and community feedback is, so today is a work session on the superintendent recommendation. And in March 9th of this year, public hearing for the community members to have the opportunity to provide feedbacks on the superintendent recommendations. And March 14th, the second work session is to discuss the public hearing testimony in response to the superintendent recommendations. And then on March 28th, final action on the superintendent's recommendation.
All right, next slide, and we can certainly open it up for any discussion or questions.
Ms. Rivera Oven.
I just want to say that I am incredibly happy for the Burtonsville community, because right now the location of that school is so unfavorable to our kids. It's right, I think, is it behind or in front of a shopping center? But it's just behind, I believe, of a shopping center. And safety-wise, and it's just not ideal. I love the fact that, you know, you can have walkers to the school. And I'm just looking forward to seeing the plan for community engagement, because I think that's something really important part of this process. So I commend you for the outreach that you're doing, especially with our communities, with our Black and brown communities as well. Thank you.
Ms. Wolf.
Yeah, I just have a question. I noticed that you did the connected message in multiple languages, but you did the flyers only in English and Spanish. And there's a pretty large African community over there that are French speaking, so I was wondering why we didn't do the flyers in their language also.
And that's a good question. And one of the elements around the outreach was we had robust conversations with not only the amazing PTA of Burtonsville. You know, we talked with the school around what is the right fit of outreach. We've talked with our favorite partner, Giroux, over in the East County
Yes.
Service Center. So just really trying to focus in on a large impact. There's always more you can do. Absolutely acknowledge that. But I would just say this wasn't our decision in terms of how to make the greatest reach here. And we also, because we did rely on those that are intimately involved in this community. So moving forward, absolutely, if there's more opportunities to do more flyers or other outreach that would reach additional members of the community, we are absolutely committed to doing that. But I just wanted to put out there that this wasn't just us coming up. This was a collaborative effort to make sure we had a broad reach to this particular community.
Mrs. Modrowski.
Yep, I just wanted, I know I've asked before and you've stated it before, but just for public consumption, just to clarify, doing this as opposed to the addition will not delay the project at all? Is that, just want to.
Well, correct. So the project was delayed in the last round. What we will do, as part of the design process, when we come back in the fall, we're going to look at see if there's opportunities to accelerate. I think it's a little premature to say whether or not we could accelerate by 1 year at this point. Yeah. But once we get further into that design, I think there's going to be the opportunity to come back in the fall to see if we can pull it up a year in timeline as well. But currently, as it stands right now, it's at that 2027 date.
Okay, I appreciate the fact that doing this site removes the whole official site selection process, which just brings me to my last question. I didn't see a resolution for this. Is this something we have to approve? Got it. Okay.
I do have one other comment, Ms. Silvestri.
Sorry, could you say it on the microphone so people can hear when we're going to get that resolution?
Yes, so the public hearing is the 9th, and that will allow the community an opportunity to talk about this recommendation. We'll have another work session, and then that resolution will come on the 28th when an official vote by the board would be required on this site.
Ms. Wolf?
I'm really happy about this, but I'm also glad to know that you've been working diligently with the community because, they had lost faith in us. And so I think this will help restore some of the faith that they have in the fact that we will actually hear them and get something done over there. So I'm, like I said, very interested in going to some of the community meetings, and I hope you'll keep us informed. Thank you.
And absolutely, and I would just echo that first slide. The investment that you make in a school, in a community, reflects the investment in that overall community. So I think we're committed to this and looking forward to that continued partnership with that amazing group of individuals over there. So,
Mr. Adams, my question is about budget. So kind of linking it to the first set of slides in terms of where we are with our CIP. What needs to happen in the fully funding of our CIP for this project to stay on track so that we don't disappoint the community once again with more delays?
well, I would say though, so while we see cuts in what the board recommended, there are increases from what our previously approved CIP was. So I think that's, one of the things sometimes when we talk about the cuts, we get caught up in this idea of like, oh, this is really tough, but there's actually a really benefit to what we're seeing here because the county executive did add money to our previously approved, which means money added to the additional costs associated with the Burtonsville Elementary rebuild. So as it stands right now, that money is in the county executives as part of the non-recommended reduction. So the funding is there. As we navigate the design, we'll revisit if we need to adjust the budget moving forward. But currently, based on the additional funding from previously approved CIP, we do have the dollars to move forward on the timeline that we put forth.
Okay. Didn't follow all that, but I got the message that the dollars are there, so.
It's not on the list of non-recommended reductions, right?
So, and just to add to that also, it isn't on the list.
Right.
And in addition to that, as part of the board's request, we are actually asking for construction funding as an appropriation. So come May, if they can't find additional dollars and they go with something that looks like the non-recommended reduction list, Burtonsville isn't on it, and if they approve it, Burtonsville, the way that we've asked for it, we actually get construction money in FY24. So that is an additional bonus for this project.
Which would be why they might potentially be able to accelerate it?
Potentially, if you have those
if you get those
construction
funds,
dollars.
right?
Well, correct. So the timeline as it stands right now is that if all the stars align, we could theoretically open the building in August of 2026. Meaning all the design milestones are hit. We go through the engagement process, and then construction goes without fail. We open in 2026. But again, we can come back in the fall, based on our initial design approach, and make a recommendation to change that completion date a year ahead of time. At that point.
One step at a time.
One step at a time.
With all the construction delays, and I think the concept of accelerating. I just don't want to overpromise, but okay. Well, if there are no other further questions, we can move on with the presentation.
All right. So if we go to the next slide, we're going to jump right into the scope, the boundary study scope of work recommendation for the reopening of Charles Woodward High School. So just to frame this for background, this is related to not only the opening of the new Woodward, which is currently under construction, but also the rebuild and expansion of Northwood. So with that added capacity, it is necessitating the need to go through a boundary study process. Just to remind everyone, the current dates for opening both Woodward and opening of the new Northwood is in August of 2026. So from a boundary scope standpoint, this is a process that is going to take some time. Any high school boundary does take a considerable amount of time, so we're bringing it to you as a recommendation today so that we can get started and then move through the process. I would just say too, I think when people see boundary study, they automatically jump to, is the board making a decision on a boundary study today? No, that is not correct. What we're talking about today is just the starting point, the starting line. And the scope of work is really just identifying the breadth of the study of what clusters, what schools we'll be looking at as we go through this lengthy process to determine the service area of these two schools. So next slide, please. Just to give us a little policy and regulation here, just for those that are following. So the one piece I just want to draw everyone's attention to is this part around, the superintendent first considers the minimum unit of analysis. I think we've all talked about the minimum over the years in terms of relieving capacity in the Down County Consortium high schools as well as Walter Johnson. But also you can see that the part of the regulation is to look at the maximum extent of impact, looking beyond boundaries, looking beyond clusters, and looking from a regional geographic area. So what we're going to talk about today is not only what we're looking at from a minimum, but from a maximum standpoint, and how that then fits in with the district-wide boundary analysis that the board commissioned several years ago, but also how it fits in with the reopening of, or not the reopening, the opening of Crown High School, and then ultimately the opening and expansion of Damascus High School. So next slide, please. So the recommendation of scope for this particular boundary study is to look at all 8 high schools, or all 8 high schools that are in both in the Down County Consortium, Walter Johnson, Whitman, and BCC. So we see Bethesda Chevy Chase, Montgomery Blair, Albert Einstein, Walter Johnson, John F. Kennedy, Northwood, Wheaton, and Walt Whitman. Those are the high schools that are part of the recommendation from that maximum extent. This also includes 14 middle schools that are associated with these high schools. So if you recall from the Seneca Valley, Northwest, Clarksburg, that also included the middle schools. So the 14 middle schools, as you can see here, span from all of those clusters as well as the Down County Consortium. I would say the recommendation stops at the middle school, but what we utilize in terms of this is the service areas of elementaries. We get asked, what does that mean for elementaries? What does it mean for middle schools? By stopping at the middle school level and using the elementary school service area, we're not going much deeper than just existing service areas of elementaries. We're not going into neighborhoods, we're not going into streets, we're starting with existing elementary school service areas and then moving forward with a variety of options from that point. Just checking to make sure Adrian agrees. But this is the list of schools that are part of the recommendation of this scope of work for boundary. Next slide. And I think maps are always good, right? Some of these are very compelling to see what we're talking about, because you just hear school names, you don't necessarily know what that means. But you can see from a map standpoint that these are a large portion. They're all contiguous of each other, and certainly represent one region of the county that could provide opportunities for us as a school district to look at a variety of different options as we go through a boundary study process.
And just to orient, when you're looking at it, the dark line that goes across, that is the DCC. And when we refer to the DCC a lot, we do as a whole DCC. But when we're looking at the boundary study, we're going to have to do it individually by the high schools and the service areas, what we call the base areas of the DCC. And then, of course, you have WJ, BCC, and Whitman.
Next slide, please. So to give us a little framework, so that slide, and we actually might go back just one if we could. I don't know if I'm asking too much here. But if you look at it from a MAC standpoint, the Crown study, Crown High School is just northwest of Woodward. So if you see where the little 270 sign is on the map, Woodward is just west of that. Woodward, as it stands, or Crown, as it stands right now, is intended to solve capacity challenges at RM, Quince Orchard. It will involve Wooten, it will involve Gaithersburg, it will involve Northwest, and we're also looking at it from a perspective of Churchill as well, thinking about how that can look at from a maximum extent. As you go further north, if you recall, Damascus is intended to grow larger to serve Clarksburg. And obviously, when you think about Clarksburg, Damascus, we've had lots of conversation about Poolesville. What does that start to look like? So when you think about this study in the context of what's going to happen next, we're really looking at most, if not all, of the clusters that span the western side. And at some point, we'll have to make some decisions around what does that mean around the Northeast Consortium and a few of the other clusters that are not currently in the larger scope. I think of Sherwood, I think of Magruder, some of those types of clusters. But I just want to put that out in context because we do hear, well, what about this cluster? Why are they left out? Or what about this? You also have to look at the scope in terms of what you can populate at a school. So if we think about Woodward, if you start to add Churchill, you start to add RM, there's too many students, there's too much overutilization to be solved by one high school plus the Northwood. But if you start to think about Crown, you then have the capacity to be able to manage the overutilization of all those clusters. So again, just thinking about where do you stop and where do you start, capacity is a big driver in terms of the rationale behind the scope of recommendation here. So if we go to the next slide, and this is just going to map out a general timeline. This is ultimately going to be a 2-year process. Unlike any boundary study we've ever conducted before, it is one where we will definitely need to seek support of consultants to be able to help with our engagement, our outreach, some of the technical elements. But we, based on where we are today and this recommendation, if approved, we would start request for proposals this spring around consultants engagement. We would start that fact-finding process. Programs are going to be a big part of it. So really bringing in the different departments and different units across MCPS. I think this is going to bring all of us together to really think very differently about these schools and the future of these schools. Fall is when we will start that engagement, and probably a year from now is when you would start seeing some level of options on the table for consideration. So we're a year away from even thinking about putting different boundary options out there for community reactions. And then ultimately that will go through another year process until it gets to a superintendent recommendation and then ultimately a Board of Ed vote on a boundary change at that point. So next slide. And again, just this is on the same timeline as our Burtonsville. So today's the work session. There's a public hearing on the 9th where community members can certainly come out and talk about the scope. They're not talking about the boundaries. There's no boundary study changes. They're just talking about a scope. And then ultimately the 14th for a second work session and then 28th for a final vote with a resolution from the Board of Ed. So I just remind everyone, the Board of Ed has 2 votes associated with boundary studies. 1 vote for the scope, and then 1 vote ultimately for that boundary change. So with that, next slide is just opening up for questions.
Please turn on your light if you have any comments or questions. Mrs. Evans.
Yes, so thank you, Seth, for that. And could you say it again, that it's not a boundary? Changes and discussions on the scope, and I really do appreciate that. I mean, we always do take our time to really get out there to the community. So on the previous slide, we have that there's a public hearing on March the 9th. So we've already, can you just let everybody know what we've done so far to let the communities know so they can come and testify?
Sure. So we've started some outreach with some of our school leaders, our community leaders. We've also sent out distribution to all MCPS families outlining that this certainly was going to be a recommendation tonight. Following tonight, we will start that engagement to get the word out to all families. Again, and I think this is important because this is why we're talking about a regional area. This is impactful across the district, and it's really important for everyone to understand not only about this process, but processes that they will most likely be involved in the next year or two as we go through this. So the engagement is going to be at the macro level and then the micro level, diving into individual schools. We've built some really strong relationships with a lot of these schools already. We've been in every one of these communities throughout a variety of different design processes. I think about like Kenny Addition. I think about the work we've engaged around Woodward. We just finished a BCC edition. We finished a Whitman edition. So we have those connections and relationships that we're going to dive down into individual communities and make sure they're aware and can come out and either support or provide any other feedback along the way.
Mrs. Mondrowski?
Mine's a quick question. 2-year process, that kind of surprised me a little bit. I thought it would take like 1 to start. Anyways, question is, when are we starting Crown? If this won't be if this is going to be a 2-year process, we start Crown before this is done or after?
Most likely, Crown scope will come in the fall when we come back for our CIP, so about 6 months from now.
Okay, great.
Mrs. Rivera Oven.
Thank you. That was one of my that was one of my questions. But as you start this, I think it's so important to use the word scope in every language possible, because as someone who went through the Clarksburg boundary changes, and I have to say that was pretty messy, and I just want to make sure that the folks that you guys do contract with or use to drive this it's a huge lifting. That it needs to be with an equity lens, because that was part of some of the issues that we had in Clarksburg. And we also had issues of folks who did not even live in our cluster who came to kind of hijack the process. So whoever you use and do RFPs and use, please think that this is a very multi-language communities, and they really need to be involved from the get-go. And that makes a big difference when you guys do the RFPs with language access, with capability of cultural understanding, and so on. So I would really appreciate that if you guys do that with that kind of lens.
Mr. Adams, so I'm putting on my parent hat. So if I'm affected by this change, how do I get informed about what I would come to testify about at the first hearing?
Well, I'm actually not sure there's much to testify about at the 9th. I think it would be really, if you're adamantly opposed around a cluster being involved in a scope. I mean, I think the reality is just because you're involved in a scope doesn't mean you're going to be going through a change, right? We've seen many schools that are part of a scope that don't get ultimately impacted. So it's just way too early to really know what the outcomes are. So they have the opportunity to come to a public hearing, but in the reality is this is just a scope. I'm not 100% sure what ultimately we would be testifying for or against, other than just maybe putting out some future advocacy for consideration.
Okay, so parent hat, what is the scope?
The scope is just listing a school that's going to be included in a boundary study. That's the entire definition of it, right? So it's the range. It's exactly that. So it's which schools will we develop options for as we go through the process. So
and
if
the ultimate goal is?
So the ultimate goal is to populate Woodward and Northwood.
Why do we need to involve all these clusters?
Well, so I would just say, as you start to think about the scale of the boundary studies of Woodward, Northwood, Crown, Damascus, you will get to a point where you will say there's only 1 or 2 school clusters that were not included in some sort of analysis. I think at some point, again, you have to scale this. It almost makes sense to do something even bigger, a full district, but we are looking at it, we are tying it to specific capital projects, and the rationale behind those capital projects is to populate and solve capacity challenges. So we'll start with the capacity element, but I think the beauty of these types of processes is that you do create the opportunity to start looking at program, you start looking at access, you start to bring in other partners like Park and Planning to have robust conversations about master plans and what that does to impact schools. We get to bring in our public transit partners and say, what are we missing in the county for students and families to get access to not only schools, but programs or after-school activities. It just allows more opportunity to have a robust conversation about the needs of communities, the needs of schools, and make sure every student voice is heard as we re-envision MCPS through these boundary processes.
So I ask these questions just to help us remember that this all makes sense to us because we're so immersed in these processes, but the language that we use is not household terminology for most people. So let's just kind of talk about it as if you're explaining it to a hairdresser, right? What is this? Why should I care? Just kind of big picture explanations about what we're doing. So, thank you. Okay, Mr. Kim.
I just wanted to take the opportunity to say this is so awesome. And I know I won't be here, certainly not at the board table, maybe in one of those seats over there when we do find out a little bit more about exactly what those opportunities look like. But may I just say I really am excited about the opportunities that present themselves, certainly to address the capacity issues, but also to create more diverse and equitable school environments, to really change the way we look at our county as a whole, to make sure that all students in MCPS have access to an excellent education, not barred by their zip code, or their socioeconomic status, or their race. And it's just so exciting, and certainly as a student, it's really uplifting to see the movement in that direction. So I won't be here, but I'll be cheering you all on, and I really am looking forward to seeing more specifically what the future holds.
Thank you.
All right, so next slide, I'm going to go quick through the ADA updates. I promised I would finish on time. So just as a background, the board did pass a resolution for us to come back and provide routine ADA progress updates. And just to remind everyone, again, everything tying together, our ADA work is a result of not only our ADA compliance PDF or program, our building modification and program improvements program, our major capital projects, our improved safe access, planned life cycle asset replacement. So I say that because when we talk about non-recommended reductions, we see reductions, it's all impactful to our ADA work, but we do have a variety of different platforms to be able to solve the challenges. Next slide, please. And again, just as a reminder, we did do a self-evaluation, which is part of the requirements of public agencies. We've published all of this self-finding on our website. So for those that are really interested to dive in to see individual schools, that's what you see when a lot of students come and testify. They bring the information that we published on our website to testimony. So that is all there, and we rank it in terms of priorities of individual schools, but also priorities in terms of what the Department of Justice says is things that we have to focus on. Next slide, please. And again, the elements of the Department of Justice are accessible parking, elements used for program service activities, restroom facilities, access to auxiliary features, employee-only areas. I list those out from a DOJ perspective because we don't necessarily always agree that these are the priorities of a school district, right? So the priorities of a school district are making sure every student and staff and their needs are met. And you're going to see on the next slide that certainly like restroom facilities and our work in that has been a huge priority, and we've heard loud and clear from our students and staff. So you're going to start to see where we've been over the years. Next slide. And this is just a graph. We've completed, you can see from 2019, this is our trajectory of work completed, but we've completed or removed close to 1,400 barriers. And again, this is identified by individual barriers. So every school, from an assessment standpoint, you identify a barrier that's listed within the ADA piece. You can see, a rise, a little dip. The dip was from impacts to our summer work. So, all the great things happening in schools over summer actually prevent us from coming in and doing some things, but that's okay. So we rebound and think of better ways and unique ways to be able to catch up. And you'll start to see in the out years as schools like the South Lake Burnt Mills, when they come online, you're going to see even more barriers removed because every one of the barriers that are identified there will be listed as we move forward. Next slide. And again, this is just the idea of where our work has been. 50% of our work has been in the area of restrooms, access to restrooms. And so, we have the restroom renovation program. We have a lot of different venues, but you can see that has been a huge element of our work over the past year plus. And you can see certainly 33% in that access to different spaces, and then priority one being more that outdoor parking and access, sidewalks, those sorts of things. But you can see this represents close to 1,400 barriers removed. Next slide. And I would just say, so from our approach, the highest priority is given to students and staff that have specific mobility needs at individual schools. So we work with school administration to identify both students and staff and have plans to go out and address individual needs. We also look at it in terms of making sure the highest demand amenities or elements in buildings are resolved as a high priority. That's being the most cost-effective approach and the best, largest impact to our students and staff. Then the last piece that's not up here is just from a programmatic standpoint. We do look at every single program. There are cases where it's identified that there are barriers or boundaries. I think of issues like a 20-foot grade change to get to a playground. Sometimes you can't fix that with infrastructure, but you can fix it with accommodations. So every project we look at, obviously, from fixing the infrastructure, but as a follow-up, we look at it from an accommodation and what is required and needed to make sure students and staff have access to everything, even if you can't fix it with an infrastructure improvement. So with that, that's the last slide, and we'll open it up for discussion.
Colleagues have any questions, please turn on your lights. Mrs. Rivera-Oven.
I want to thank you so much on behalf of this community, because this is about equity as well. And as someone who was on the Board of Elections and we used the schools for voting, we ran into a lot of issues when it came to accessibility. So all the work that you did in Wooden High School and other places, I commend you and I thank you on behalf of the community. I visited Silver Spring International Middle School a couple weeks ago, and that school has a lot of challenges, including some ADA challenges, and I know that the sidewalk is going to be getting closed because of the purple line. So I know there's a couple students who are in wheelchairs or have access issues, especially to go to the gym, and the teachers have to pick them up to get them into the building. So I would urge you, if you could please look at some of those issues at Silver Spring International Middle School. I would truly appreciate it, because with the construction of the purple line, they're going to have a lot more access issues, not being able to use that sidewalk. Thank you.
Mr. Adams, could you speak to that report that an audit that we did several years ago? Because our student leaders often come to tell us that hundreds of our schools are not compliant with ADA requirements. So where is the balance, I guess? We did an audit to analyze all of our buildings. Is it accurate to say that hundreds of our schools are not ADA compliant? How do you explain that?
Well, and that's a great question. I would say, we've identified individual barriers at every one of our schools, right? So when you look at any individual school, and I would just say ADA accessibility and compliancy is something that's not just a one-time thing. It's a constant. I think of even door pull pressure, right? That is something that is measured. If it's too strong, it's too light, it's identified as a barrier. We come out and adjust it. A year later, it's most likely needs to be adjusted again. It's one of those things that continually will be identified as a barrier that needs to be fixed. So there are elements to our buildings that are out of compliant and then absolutely need infrastructure changes. And then there's other elements that are going to continue to be out of compliant but require routine maintenance and process to address. I even think about our playgrounds, right? The mulch in our playgrounds. If we send out an auditor to look at the playground and it's not raked flat, it's going to show up as a barrier. So even just raking and maintaining levelness in our playgrounds is part of this. So yes, people will say if there's a barrier, it can be considered out of compliant, but we don't necessarily view it that way. There's definitely elements of all of our schools that need attention from an ADA perspective, but making that statement it's out of compliant or out of compliance, I think is a very broad statement, and I think at individual schools that has very different meanings, right? And I would just say a brand new school, could show up with having door pull pressure, right? And someone could say it's out of compliance, but that's a routine work order that we would address. So I hope that answers the
Yes.
question, but
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I think this concludes this presentation, and we can move on to our next agenda item, which is our agenda item 8, items of legislation.
Good evening. So we're bringing a few bills to you tonight for your consideration for taking positions on. I'm going to walk you through them. I'm going to start with House Bill 85, which is about collective bargaining, and that would lift the exclusion of class size from as a collective bargaining issue. The recommended position is to oppose. This bill. Class size is linked to both fiscal and instructional decision-making, and so that's the recommended position on this bill.
I'll move that we oppose.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. Abstain, raise your hand.
Okay.
Move on.
Okay, House Bill 488 is a bill that is designed to help mental health professionals who work in public schools with loan assistance repayment. And so our recommended position is to support, particularly given our focus on helping our schools, communities deal with social emotional issues and mental health. Anything that will entice mental health workers to work in the public school system, our recommendation is to support.
I'll support.
Second.
Any discussion?
Any discussion?
Any discussion? No? Okay. All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Okay, moving on to House Bill 1219 on the Maryland Teacher Shortage Act. This is a bill that is intended to help build the pipeline of educators within the state of Maryland. It includes about Grow Your Own, which we have talked quite a bit about at this table. So the recommended position is to support.
And I will move to support, but I do have a question in terms of if there's the aspect, is it just payback for reimbursement or is it scholarship funding?
Do we get a second?
Well, the only reason I wanted not to have a second first was because if it's a payback program, then I was going to recommend support with an amendment that it be a scholarship process as opposed to.
No, it's to provide scholarships for individuals who pledge to work in the state.
Move support.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Okay, the next House Bill 770 is really a kind of a technical fix to definition to include in Tier 1, the Tier 1 definition, pre-K students who include 4-year-olds who are disabled, English language learners, or homeless students under the Blueprint for American Future Act. So our recommended position is to support.
I will move to support strongly.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Okay, next we have House Bill 69, and this is a bill that wants to make it unlawful for parents and guardians not to seek counseling for students who engage in 2 or more disruptive behaviors. Our recommended position is to oppose because it imposes the implementation of this on schools. And as well as it does not have clear definitions of what constitutes disruptive behavior. So
I'll move support. Move opposition. I apologize. I was going to say, hopefully our schools are handling these issues on their own, but I will move to oppose this particular piece of legislation.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous.
Moving on to House Bill 81. This is the Live Near Where You Teach program establishment. And this is intended to help assist teachers with low-interest mortgages for the purchase of homes near where they teach. Our recommended position is to support.
I move to strongly support.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Our next bill is Okay. Our next bill is House Bill 213, and this is about public financing for boards of education, and it would apply to us for it allows counties that have public financing for education and have had them for at least one full cycle to have public financing for boards of ed elections. And our recommended position is to support because it would increase the pool of people who were able to run for election.
And I'll move support.
Second.
Any discussion?
I would offer that the board support it with the amendment. As it stands, the bill grants authorities to the governing bodies of counties to establish that public campaign financing, but the bill doesn't just not include access to public financing for the student member of the board campaigns. It actively prohibits access for the election of the student board member. You know, the bill holding that vision of increasing the pool of candidates who could afford to run for the campaign of school board. I think that same sentiment should certainly apply and add value in the election of the student member of the board. With that being said, I move that the board would support the amendment support House Bill 213 with given the amendment that language prohibiting systems from including public campaign financing for the election of a student board member be removed.
I'll second that.
We already had a motion on the floor, didn't we?
The one that's on the table.
Well,
But what do you have to vote on the amendment first?
Yes.
And then vote on
He
the.
proposed the amendment, so I'm seconding his.
Arvin's a parliamentarian, let's let him speak.
Yeah.
So let's say everything I just said was offered as an amendment to the original motion to support HB 213. If the maker of the motion takes the amendment as friendly, then we could proceed with the conversation as if it was the original motion.
Correct. And I'm seconding your amendment or I'll accept it as a friendly amendment, so we can just vote on it as amended. So in other words.
I guess I would want more information about how public financing impacts a student member, because I know for county council, county executive, you have to raise 10,000, I don't know, a threshold with small contributions. So I just feel like this was thought out for school board members. It wasn't thought out for student members.
Because
I don't feel like
then students would be obligated to raise money.
And how they would raise money is
Right.
not covered.
So I agree. I think the bill offers value regardless to school board elections. But again, it's not that the bill doesn't include student members. It actively prohibits student members from accessing public financing. And I think that's really the point I want to raise, that this bill doesn't just, it really has two impacts. And one of them is certainly that benefit we're discussing, but the other, I think, is an intrinsic negative.
But might there be a reason why they were prohibiting student members? I would like to know that.
My understanding was because they didn't want students to have to be obligated to raise money to support their campaigns.
And get a treasurer.
Because you have to get
All of
matches.
those different things.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right, so all of those are good reasons why why.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, I
Vote for the
agree.
bill
Can we,
as-
let's vote on the amendment separately, if that's okay?
Ms. Harris.
I agree with Mr. Kim. I don't think I would support it with this absolute prohibition language. Leave it flexible, leave it up to people to have this kind of conversation at their county levels as they decide whether or not to even have public financing for elections, but don't outright prohibit it.
Ms. Yang, did you have a comment?
I was just brainstorming about, several reasons that might be behind it.
We don't know.
Yeah, we do not. We're not clear.
No, I don't have anything to say. I didn't know where we were. Did Rebecca Accept the friendly amendment?
I had accepted the friendly amendment, but I have become unclear specifically as to what your actual amendment is. Is it just to remove this language, specifically eliminating it so that it's up to counties to be able to determine whether or not, so it would read?
Removing what's the highlighted language.
Okay, I'm still comfortable with that.
Can you read the highlighted language?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So the amendment I offered would that the board support House Bill 213 with an amendment removing all language relating to the prohibition of systems from including public campaign financing for the election of a student member of the board.
So in other words, it would leave it up to the authority of the county to make the determination on its own.
Does it say that?
It's just a prohibition.
It's just sort of implied that it would be the same way it would be for any other elected member of a board of education. It says that it would be up to the county to establish the system.
Okay.
So it would.
It was moved and seconded, right?
Yes, it has.
So the friendly amendment has been accepted, so we're voting on that right now. All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Good job.
Mr. Kim won.
All right, so next I'm bringing you Senate Bill 121, and this is really focused on increasing apprenticeship opportunities for students. Our recommended position is to support with amendment to clarify some definitions and expectations around school systems obligations.
And I will move that we support with amendments.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Okay, next I have House Bill 294, and I'm going to ask Diana Wild to come down and join me at the table. This is a bill that is intended to shift the burden of proof in due process cases from the parent to the, or I should say it's not actually always the parent, it's the moving party. So if the school system brings a due process, it would be them too, right? So it's the moving party to the school system always. And there are a panoply of reasons that I'll let Diana get into, but I will say the bill is opposed by MABE and PAZAM and a whole host of our other LEAs around this. The argument is that it is a poorly tailored remedy to a real problem, which is that we have some families that really struggle to navigate the special education process, but that this is not the appropriate or good remedy and will likely have a detrimental impact on the finances and the operations of the school system. And I'll let Diana give more.
Good evening, always say president in my mind. I feel like I'm going to the principal's office. President Silvestri, Vice President Evans, Dr. McKnight, and distinguished board members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about House Bill 294 that will have a significant impact on the Office of Special Education, as well as our general educators in Montgomery County Public Schools. So as you have probably already heard, the legal community certainly is against this bill. And just for 2 minutes, if you would indulge me, the Weiss versus Schaefer case, which was a Montgomery County Public Schools case, went to the United States Supreme Court, and that case established that the moving party has the burden of proof in a due process complaint case where the parent or the district is alleging that there is an IDEA issue. It is contrary to American jurisprudence for the non-moving party to have the burden of proof. So that is the legal, and I'll leave that to our Office of General Counsel and to all of the attorneys in this field to explain. The bigger issue for us is the real world implications this has for our general educators, special educators, related service providers. If you have been a traffic court ever in your life or have spent any time in a courtroom, you know that if you are supposed to be there at 9 a.m., there is no telling when your case is going to be called. Due process cases, unlike traffic court, may be 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. The longest hearing I've been involved with was a 19-day hearing. And in those instances, related service providers, general educators, school psychologists are called as witnesses on behalf of the school system to defend the decisions that teams have made. Now, Montgomery County Public Schools has a wealth of resources for parents. We have our special education liaison out of our deputy's office that supports directly parents who have concerns, who may have filed complaints, and she will work with them, with the schools, to ensure that the students are getting their needs met. We also have the Parent Resource Center in the Office of Special Education that does training for parents to help them become advocates, better advocates for their children, as well as connect them with other parents that may have students with similar needs. We also have the administrative review process, which is a process that many other districts do not have, where we, in our resolution and compliance unit, we offer to parents an opportunity for a person who is unrelated to their student's case, unrelated to the school, to review what has been happening and determine whether or not there's been any violation of IDEA and make recommendations appropriate for the student to ensure that they are getting what they need. These are all processes separate and apart from what's required by law, which is mediations, due process, and state complaints. So we have several processes where parents, we work to support parents. Due process hearings are hard. They are hard on parents. They're hard on school systems. Our position is that the board should oppose this legislation because it puts the school system and it puts teachers in a position where they will be consistently questioned with regard to their expertise in their field. Now, I don't say that to mean that parents don't have a right to ask questions. They are participants and members in every respect in the IEP process. They're invited to the meeting, they're asked for input, they are decision makers in the process. However, if I'm a special educator and this bill passes, there is the potential that every decision that I make at this table, being a professional, expert, and having knowledge in my field, I'll be required to go to hearing and establish that I've made the right decision for this student. Not for one day, not for 2 days, oftentimes for several days. When teachers are called to hearings, that means they are out of the classroom. A special educator could sit potentially in a hearing for 3 to 4 days or more, where not only our general education students are not getting instruction, but our special education students are not getting services. A speech and language pathologist who is being questioned with regard to the services that they're providing or recommending could be called to hearing and could potentially sit for an entire day without being questioned as a witness, return the next day, and now they have a group of students on their caseload that have not received those services. There is no time in the school day to make those services up. And so when those things happen, we have a domino effect. We have to have another IEP meeting. We're offering compensatory services, and we have teachers who already feel like their workload is overwhelming. So I fear that the effect of this legislation will be that we will put yet another potential challenge on a group of professionals that already feel like they are not being heard and they don't have the support from the support that they need to do the work. I wanted to give you a little bit of the data. The reality is most cases settle. Most cases do not go to due process. In the 21-22 school year, we had 71 filings for mediation and or due process. Out of the 71 cases, 5 of them went to hearing. 40 were settled. We work extremely hard to settle cases because once you have to sit in a hearing for 4 or 5 days with a parent, it breaks trust. And we want to maintain the trust of our parents. So if we do take a case to hearing, it is because we firmly believe that we are making the right decision for the child. As of January of this school year, we've had 62 filings for mediation and or hearing. So we are well on our way to having significantly more filings than we had last school year. I also wanted to talk about the carve-out in this particular iteration of this bill. HB 294 now has a carve-out for non-publics. So if a parent requests that the school system pay for and place a student in a non-public school, the parent would still have the burden of proof and the burden would not shift to the school system. While that seems like a good middle ground, that doesn't account for the fact that we have a multitude of wonderful programs in Montgomery County Public Schools that would essentially be in question every time a parent disagrees with whether a student should be in this autism program or in that autism program, whether they should be in this location for services or that location for services. And so I'm really concerned about that, the impact on our teachers and our students. With the data that we have currently, even with the carve-out, with the 62 due process/mediation cases that have been filed, only 15 of those are for non-public placements. So potentially another 47 cases could be impacted where the burden would shift to the district. So if we think about the number of teachers, related service providers, school psychologists, social workers that might have to be in hearings because we suspect that it would increase the number of hearings that we would be called to participate in. That's a significant number. Add to that, again, the number of students who are not getting services when those hearings are being conducted. So for those reasons, we respectfully request that the board oppose HB 294.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Webb?
I think that's it. Just if the board has any questions or.
Ms. Harris?
Yeah, I do have some questions, actually, because I found myself thinking in some of the things you're saying, what that actually had to do with the burden of proof in a hearing. You talked about how long some of these due process cases last, but a due process case, whomever has the burden of proof, are you saying a due process case in which the school system had the burden of proving their recommendations were correct is going to take longer?
I think she was saying that there would be more of them, more due process hearings. Is that?
Well, both.
She mentioned the amount.
Both. So let me clarify.
Okay.
Let me clarify. We do believe there would be more. However, we also believe that currently what happens is if I'm a parent and I disagree, I provide minimal information in the complaint. I say that I don't feel like the IEP for 2021, 2022 was appropriate for my child. If the burden shifts to the school system, then we're defending that entire IEP. whether or not the parent disagrees with a portion of it or all of it, we're defending that entire IEP. And so that creates...
Yeah, and that's what I don't, I mean, as a lawyer, you litigate the issues that are raised. And so I'm not clear why you'd say if the burden of proof was on the system, a parent was saying, I think my kid needs more speech language, and you won't give it to me. And you're saying, well, if the system has the burden of proof, they have to defend the entire IEP. But why is that if the parent's only raising one issue?
Because the parents don't typically raise one issue. Generally, the complaints that we receive are that the IEP was not appropriate for 21-22, and I disagree with the speech and language services that were offered. The issues are not typically narrowly stated in that way.
And so, I mean, I guess I won't get into, well, then if the parent has the burden of proof, then they've got to bring forward a lot more than you just said in order to move their case forward. But I'm wondering, we've got two states that have done this burden shifting, New York and New Jersey, 15 years ago, 16 years ago. Neither of them have seen an increase in the number of due process claims. Why is it that the position is that we would see an increase when states that have been doing this for a while are not seeing that increase?
So I cannot speak to that data. We have not had an opportunity, either the Office of Special Education or Office of General Counsel's Office have not had an opportunity to review that data. What I can say is when we look at the data in Maryland, Montgomery County Public Schools consistently has a significant number of due process filings in comparison to other districts for various reasons. And as I stated, our numbers, unfortunately, are not going down.
Right. I guess I'm just not clear how the burden of proof shift would affect that.
We're anticipating that the number of cases would go up because the legislation as it's written would allow any parent that disagreed to file. Parents can file at any time. And so we know that there can be multiple IEP meetings in a school year. If I'm a parent that has 2 or 3 IEP meetings in a school year and I decide I don't agree with the school system, I'm going to file. The school system has to prove that the decisions that were made were appropriate for the student. So we believe that it will increase those opportunities. Currently, as the status quo is that, as we said, the moving party has the burden of proof. The bill as it's written incentivizes the non-moving party to file, creating more of an opportunity for more filings against the school system.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. It's just it's not been the experience in the states that have done this. And I was just wondering if you had some specific reason to think our experience would be different than other states.
So again, we haven't had an opportunity to look at that data from other states, and I don't know. Okay. I don't know what the numbers are in other states. I also don't know if the comparison for another state versus Montgomery County is an accurate comparison, but we can certainly look that up.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
And may I just interject there and just also say that, yes, so we don't know what specific states we're referring to. We don't know what the makeup of those states are in terms of the community overall, the number of students receiving special education services in those districts, the size of the districts. One of the things I'm just going to say up front is I know this would may require more litigation, and so the fiscal impact of that for us is something that we should just be aware of.
Okay, and I took the information out of the other states that have already done this out of the fiscal note, so it's there.
If I could just respond to Dr. McKnight's comments about the increase in litigation costs. Our offices have collaborated in the last year and a half to significantly reduce the cost of litigation fees. A lot of that has to do with the hard work that the two offices are doing to reach agreements with families without having to go to the litigation level. But when a case goes to litigation, we have also made great efforts to bring more of that work in-house. But if the volume increases, we will have to hire more outside counsel. And in the event that we are not successful in a case, we also pay the fees for the parents' attorneys, which are always, I shouldn't say always, but which are often more than we pay for our own attorneys. So if this results in an increase in volume of cases, then we will also see that increase in litigation costs.
Doesn't currently though, if even with the burden of proof on families, if they win, doesn't MCPS still have to pick up their attorney's fees?
Yes.
So that's not changing at all?
No, it's not changing. What I said was if we're increasing the volume, overall volume of cases, for the reasons that Ms. Wiles has expressed the concern about the increase in the volume of cases, I'm sharing with you that that will increase the litigation costs as well. And there's the concern that the cases may not go through as many of the processes to resolve cases without going to hearing. If there is the opportunity to go to court and say, prove it, MCPS, without, that's what we're facing.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, I guess, but I guess my question is if we're doing what's best for students and everything that we can for students, why I don't understand why it would be so laborious to prove that versus a parent who, and I haven't unfortunately had a chance to read the full bill of this year. I mean, it's been a repetitive legislation year after year after year for many years, and I've read those bills. I haven't read this specific bill, so I don't know if it's changed, but it was not in the past my understanding that shifting the burden of proof meant that MCPS had to be the one to initiate the hearing process.
That would enable the parent to this would enable the parent to file a due process hearing and require that MCPS has the burden of proof of demonstrating that this is, as opposed to the parent setting forth that it doesn't meet. This enable the child to receive FAPE.
Right.
And that can go to the court without going through all of the protocols that Ms. Wiles just outlined that we have in place and other districts have in place, but we are only speaking for MCPS, to try to resolve the case, the matter, without finding our way in court.
Correct. I'd also add that in terms of the fiscal implications, if the hearing, the number of hearings increases, that it potentially again increases the amount of compensatory services that we're paying for students who are not getting services when we are pulling teachers that we need to support the position of the IEP team in hearing. And, you know, that number is difficult to identify, but it could be any degree of services that a student would be afforded, but for the fact that their teacher and their related service providers are sitting in hearing for multiple days.
Thank you. Mrs. Evans?
Sure. So Ms. Wild, thank you. It's 9:07 and you're still here. You've been here all day. So I do appreciate that. Your comments have been really helpful to me. So can you say again, we have the special education liaison, which resides in Dr. Murphy's office. And then you also mentioned that we provide some training or services to our families. Is that unique to Montgomery County, or that's just something that Like, how long have we been doing that? I don't think I knew that piece.
So we have the Parent Resource Center, which is MSDE requires each LEA to have a resource center for parents. Previously, it was housed in the Department of Special Education Services, where there was a point of contact that had other duties, but they would have an annual conference for parents. What we've done this year is create a position that handles the Parent Resource Center, where they are more focused on providing directed training to parents, teaching parents how to advocate for children, linking parents with similar needs who want to be linked with other parents of students with disabilities. And they're also, the individuals in the position is also working closely with our special education liaison to provide those training opportunities for parents. So we are committed to resolving these cases before they get to hearing.
Now, do parents have to request this service, or do we in the system just recommend it if we see that there is?
Well, at least we didn't used to.
So what we've been doing is we currently started a Facebook page, an Instagram page to promote it, Twitter to promote these services. We've sent out blasts to our emails groups so that they know that we're providing these trainings. During our CCAC meetings, which we have one tonight, they are participating. The individuals who is the Parent Resource Center coordinator participates in those meetings so that she can promote what services she's able to provide parents. So we are getting the word out in every way that we can.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Rivera-Alvin?
Just to piggyback on that, the special education liaison and the training for the parents, is the special education liaison a bilingual person? And is the training that you have for these parents, and how many languages do you offer that training?
Again, these are new initiatives. The special education liaison was recently hired. But we are committed to providing the resources and the supports to our parents in their native language. At this, I don't have the information specifically about the trainings that we've done this far in terms of what language we've used. I can certainly find what languages we've offered, but I can certainly find out that information for you.
And the last thing I'm going to say, to piggyback on what my colleague, Ms. Harris, said, the burden of proof. Like yourself, I'm a little bit confused about it. I have looked at both New Jersey and New York. They have seen very little increase in the numbers of these cases. And I have total confidence that if we do everything we're supposed to be doing through the system to support these parents, we should not be seeing an increase because we are offering all these great services that we have. So, thank you.
I just wanted to say no system is perfect, and I know that we all know that. I also wanted to elevate that the reason that we created those two programs that Ms. Wiles shared, the Resource Center for Parents, and I just say coming out of CCAC meeting myself and seeing, and actually she's a former principal, the parents find this helpful. We created the special education liaison position, not that we thought it would solve all the problems, and I don't know that we're going to solve all the problems through legislation either. But I do think in Montgomery County we should commit to trying to figure out how we can address some of these things internally versus trying to address it from a compliance perspective, which then could possibly damage relationships. I come back to the relationships. Yes, if a child is not getting what they need and the child is not satisfied, nor is the parent, that's going to be an issue. We're committed to figuring out what solutions to provide to those issues. At the same time, I just don't want it to go lost on us, as we heard many educators in this room speak to the challenges around all of the responsibilities that they have to do. This is going to be a significant impact on educators who have to go through a process of going and defending what happens in every classroom every time there's a question that is raised. We are challenged now with the class coverage and all those sorts of things prior to the pandemic, And I believe that this would create another hurdle that we would have to jump over in making sure that we're providing teachers in our classrooms as often as possible, because my belief is that they will be pulled out even more. So.
Thank you. Ms. Webb.
I just want to say, I know there are a lot of lawyers sitting around the table, but I just wanted to say that there are reasons why it is standard under the law that the moving party bears the burden of proof, and that was upheld in the Schaefer v. Weiss case, because it is a burden. That's why it's called the burden of proof. And so when Ms. Williams says then MCPS has to prove it, what the case that MCPS has to put on is a heavier lift if you bear the burden.
Thank you. Ms. Wolf.
I just wanted to caution us about the fiscal impact of this. It's really undetermined at this point, but I could see how it could have significant impact on our budget. So we have always been cautious about things that we have not been able to get significant information about, determining how much this is going to cost us and where we would have to take money from in order to do this. I certainly understand sort of the emotion behind it as a parent who, has had to deal with issues with a school system. But I do think, as Ms. Webb says, that the burden of proof in the law has always been on the moving party.
So are we ready to vote? Can we get a motion?
Yes, motion to go with the recommended position of opposing.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is Ms. Yang, Ms. Wolf, myself, Mrs. Evans, Mr. Kim. All opposed, raise your hand. That's Ms. Harris, Mrs. Mondrosky, and Ms. Grace Rivera-Oven. Thank you.
And that's all that we have to bring you tonight. We shall be back on March 7th.
Thank you. And now we are moving on to agenda item 9, consent items. I'll ask board members if you have any consent items that you'd like to pull. If not, we will move the rest in block. Mrs. Mondrosky?
I'm sorry, what's the title of this one? I apologize.
Take your time.
9.1 and 9.4.
Okay, Mrs. Evans?
Mine was 9.1 as well.
Okay. All right. Can I get a motion to move 9.2
and 9.3?
9.2 and 9.3 in block?
In block.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That's unanimous. Okay, let's start with item 9.1.
Sure. Can we get someone to come down to discuss the communication platform? It's 210101. I think that my colleagues will be very happy to hear what Dr. Trim Camp has to say. We had a brief discussion at the Communication and Community Stakeholder Engagement Committee meeting, and so just wanted to highlight that, the work that they've been doing in technology. Thank you.
Did you want me to talk about that?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here. The item that you have before you is a proposal for us to enter into a pilot with Remind 101, which is a communication platform that I know many people are very familiar with. There's a lot of excitement in our community about bringing this pilot forward. It is in direct response to the communication committee that I've had the pleasure to be a part of 3 or 4 times already this year, and in direct response to the stakeholder feedback that they gave us at every meeting. So we were able to present back to them and let them know that we were going to bring this pilot forward. We'd like to do this now. It's a $0 pilot, and we want to use this remaining part of this school year to stand up the data feeds, the data sharing agreements, which they've already assigned. We want to test attendance calls, the bus calls. We want to test integration with Synergy and Canvas to streamline the multiple messaging platforms and try to get that under control. And really, we want to focus on improving our communication with translation services and two-way communication. So this is going to allow two-way communication at the classroom level as well. So where our current communication systems do not always have that, or they're cumbersome, our teachers do not use them. Our teachers have asked for a solution at the district level. We have 42 schools that have asked to be considered as part of this pilot. I take that as a really good sign because our schools have a lot going on, and it's very rare that we have 42, continuing to ask, when are we starting, when are we starting? I said, tune in tonight. And if all goes well, we're asking then to move forward with the purchase. And the funding would come out of our operating budget. There is funding allocated because what we will do is continue to streamline systems and possibly shrink the footprint of some current systems that we're using in order to streamline those.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Modrowski used to be a former committee member on, and
Not for this.
should remind on a number of occasions. So no, thank you for all your hard work, right? And
Excited.
and getting back to us so quickly.
Any other questions on this item? Mrs. Wolf?
I just wanted to clarify that this is a interactive communication tool, and that's what I'm just so excited about. So people, if they get something, they can hit respond like you do if you're getting a notice from your doctor's office that says you have an appointment, hit yes or hit stop or whatever. I'm just really excited about this. So thank you.
Absolutely. And I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Chris Cram, who's here, and Ms. Elba Garcia were my partners in getting this to where we are today. So want to acknowledge them. And there is a setting where there can be two-way communication. Not in every communication, as Mr. Cram probably would not want all of those replies. But if you're a classroom teacher, you may want some of those replies.
Yep.
So you do have the option of turning that on and off.
Awesome.
Can you mention one more? Can you mention one more thing about if we send out alerts, like emergency alerts? Like, that part.
We've heard a lot of conversation around how we can improve our communication during emergency situations or any type of emergency closure that we may have or a circumstance that we may be confronted with. There is the ability in Remind to target those urgent communications, and they will override if, let's say I've chosen to turn off my messaging because I don't want to get my school's messages on this phone, it will override that in an emergency situation. So I just wanted to let you know that for those families that do opt out of the regular communication, we don't encourage that. We'd like you to stay involved. But if you should, you would still get those urgent communications.
Ms. Wolf, did you have a comment? No. Okay. Ms. Harris?
Yeah, I think this is wonderful, yay. But I just want to make a comment on the document itself, item 9.1. For a couple years now, I've been having conversations inside the system asking that we be more transparent in the information we publicly share with our communities about the items on which we are spending their dollars. And I just wanted to express my appreciation that these documents now do contain more information that I think will help the public understand where their dollars are going. So thank you.
Great point. Thank you. Mr. Kim?
I think Remind is awesome. In fact, I think if you still text Arvin for SMOB to 81010, I think you can still do that for my old Remind. So I think it's really exciting. I did want to clarify what exactly the pilot would look like, if it would be for the teachers to communicate with their students, for the principal to communicate across the building, or the district to communicate with the community at large.
Yes. It's all,
Okay.
it's all of those things. So we have a multi-pronged pilot scoped. We have 5 major goals related to the project, most of which I articulated just in the description. We have a number of key performance indicators that we will measure our progress along the way, including gathering stakeholder input so that we make sure that we really are solving some of the problems and improving the communication and tending to the issues that we heard. But the pilot will involve central office communication because we know many of our offices use these tools to communicate key messages. It will include principals and school leaders sending out their weekly communications, their newsletters. It will include the attendance and bus calls, and it will include the classroom teacher communicating with students and parents, particularly at the high school level with the students in particular. That's been an ask for a long time. And we'd like to include an element of coaches as well, because our coaching staff has asked for a streamlined system. It won't solve all of the coaching and athletic pieces, but it will solve some of those around that ongoing communication.
So I don't know if you could answer this right now. So if I'm a student or parent and I want to get updates from the teacher, the district, and the school, would I have to sign up for 3 different?
No, you will not. We actually are going, part of the reason to bring this to the board now is we want a full implementation pilot, which means the data sharing agreements are in place so that we can automatically sync to groups. We already know who the teachers are. We know that those teachers are in these schools. We know which classes students are in. So we're able to roster on behalf of the district. And that way teachers are not having to roster and enter in that manual. We're not waiting for parents to sign up and auto, enroll. We can already provision it on their behalf.
That is so powerful, I think. When you have these different, it's important to cast a wide net and have those balanced communications, but when they're so disparate and almost incohesive, it becomes more of a barrier than an opportunity. So I think that is so powerful.
Thank you. Could we get...
Can I do the last?
Yeah,
other
9.4.
one? Yeah, on number 4347.2, it's not really a question. It's about the student photography services. I mention this regularly, but I'm supportive of these, but they're very expensive. And I know that our schools potentially offer scholarships, or my understanding is that the companies offer some sort of scholarships for students who really need it, but a lot of people, A, don't realize that, and B, don't necessarily ask. And so, like for my daughter's senior pictures, for example, I think I spent $180 thinking for 3 sittings or whatever. I thought that included pictures. It did not. And so I, to this day, have the little things that read draft across it. I just would like to put out there that I hope that we're talking to these companies about the possibility of them providing even something small as opposed that people can afford and or could be free for them to take home if it's just a proof, but maybe it doesn't need to read proof across it. And if you want more, you get more. And I understand why they do it, so you don't go copying them yourself. But I just want to put that out there. Like I said, I'm supportive of it, but I hope that somebody's talking to the companies about the fact that they're very expensive to do.
Thank you.
I was just going to say, so as a parent who buys pictures, right, and had a graduating senior. So we've talked about this before, and I think that what they've done, they try to accommodate us where you don't have to buy an entire package. You can just buy one picture if you want to. I don't know if you knew that. Is that what you're talking about?
Well,
yeah, I know. I'm just trying to.
I just wanted to make sure I just want the district to be aware that these pictures are expensive, and I hope that we're doing everything we can to negotiate with them opportunities for students to be able to get them a little bit more affordably, or whatever.
9.4?
Yeah, 9.4. Again, it's just more of a clarifying question. We've had some correspondence in reference to alignment between our processes, I guess, and the grant itself. And I just want to clarify, if for this is a request for a supplemental appropriation. If there is something that doesn't line up in terms of the process of applying for the grant and we don't get it, then we just don't get the money. Is that correct? Just want to clarify.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Well, then I would like to move 9.1 and 9.4 in block.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Okay, so now we are moving on to agenda item 10. Could I get items 10.1 and 10.2 in block?
So moved.
Second.
All right, 10.3, I'm sorry. Raise your hand if you're in favor.
Okay.
Running out of energy here.
I know.
That's unanimous. Item 10.3, board members have any new business that you'd like to bring forward? No? Ms. Rivera-Aben.
So forgive me, because I'm new, so I don't know if this is appropriate, so you can just spank me later or now. So we had a lot of folks from the Middle School International here tonight, and we did a visit. And I don't know if it's possible even to get a 5-minute from Dr. Moran, who was, by the way, fabulous on that visit, just an update for that community about there was an audit on safety and some of the issues that were raised during that visit with ADA and other issues.
I had asked that as a follow-up to the public comments, and they said that they were going to give it to me.
Oh, very nice. Okay, sorry. I was.
Ms. Webb, do you want to just say what a new business item is normally?
Yeah, so a new business. Sorry.
I have such a loud teacher voice, I usually don't need a mic. A new business item is when you want the board to consider voting on something. Generally, it's introduced at the one meeting. It sits on the table until the next meeting, at which time the board votes on it.
I want to say for the record, I apologize. She did tell me this a long time ago, but I am on a lot of meds because I've been sick, okay? So that is excusable, but.
Completely understood. Yep.
My apologies, Ms. Webb.
No problem.
Fall back on those meds.
Okay, item number 11 is for information only. And item number 12 is our adjournment. Could I get a motion to
adjournment?
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
Goodbye, amen.
And we're adjourned.